Hi, everyone. Welcome to Dresden Raceway. I'm your track announcer, Nathan Bain. Special guest, Robert Reed Jr., and one of the more popular handicappers in Ontario. So great to have you with us today.
I mean, I don't know about that, but hey, I'll take it. Listen, I'm thrilled to be here, Nathan. Thank you so much for having me. To yourself, Claudette, Dresden Raceway. Beautiful experience so far. Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, everyone. And brought the whole fam jam, right?
You know, great. That's what's great about these tracks. You can have the family track side and just to enjoy the races. And it's such a great atmosphere, and it's amazing to see so many young fans in this industry here at Dresden Raceway. So we got 10 races, the Mark Austin finals, and a bunch of great wagers happening today. And also know, Pick 3 wagering now available in race number 4. That's brand new this week. As well, the Pick 4 starting in race 7 will feature a $1,000 guaranteed pool along with the $1,000 guaranteed pool in the Pick 5. So lots of great wagering opportunities. And just a few notes for today's wagering card. No show wagering in races 1 and 4. So let's dig deep into this card. Race 1, I know we're both on the same page. Premier Elsa, she's just been so good.
Yeah, I can't go against Premier Elsa. I mean, she's won 3 in a row, right? Last time, yes, the margin was diminishing at the wire, but before that, it was dominant victories. And I mean, she's done nothing wrong,
and
right?
And Daryl Laverburn has just been rock solid all year long.
And you know I love me some Laver.
Obviously, Daryl Trader and Clinton today.
Yeah, that's pretty disappointing. Yeah. I was hoping to see Daryl here, but a big fan of the barn, big fan of the horse. Nick Stewart's been doing good things too, right? Leading driver right now here at the meet.
Yeah, I think him and Garrett were pretty tight, and then Garrett wasn't here last week, so Nick got a bit of a jump, and it's just too tough to go against her.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, dead single for me too in the multi-legs.
On to race 2. I found this one a bit of a more wide open event to me. I did edge the 6 Playful Elegance just because I thought she raced well, and this seems like a very easy spot.
It does. I went with Playful Elegance on top, but I went with the all button in the multi-leg.
Oh, you have to.
Because you know what? When I like horses that are 4, 5, and 6 in a 6-horse field on a half-mile track, I kind of think maybe I'm wrong about what I'm handicapping, right? Because there's inside edge. We know that. The class to me is on the outside of the gate, both the Duford horses, but the post might catch up with them.
And Dennis did opt to drive Playful Elegance in here, and Rob Doyle jumps on board the 5 junior horse he's familiar with. But to me, I can't disagree with you on this one. The all button seems like the way to go.
Yeah.
As we turn the page to race 3, we both made this one our best bet of the day. Senior Advisor, second start back in the Cam McQueen barn, and got beat last week, but raced well in that event. Was first up most of the way, and just got beat by a nose by Fonin, who drew poorly this week. Yeah. And Senior Advisor, post 2, picks up Garrett Rooney, and Cam McQueen just $600 away from hitting that $1 million mark in career earnings. You got to think this one's going to be ready to go today.
Yeah, he wants it. I mean, he put it on Twitter, right? $600 away. He's got live horses throughout the card. Second start back, right? That regular rotation, tough trip last time, post edge this time out, Garrett Rooney. There's so many boxes being ticked with Senior Advisor. Sure. And you know what I noticed too, Nathan? We're on the same page throughout the. So I don't know if that's good for you or good for me.
It could go either way, but
Senior Advisor for me was the one that I looked at and said, we're probably not going to get a price, but he looks like one that's sitting on a big effort.
Especially when you got Garrett hopping on board, leading driver at Western Fair as well. So Garrett's no stranger to the winner's circle. He's teamed up with McQueen horses for a lot of victories this season, so very tough to go against. Race 4, we did kind of go different directions here. You went to Hot Fudge Sunday, and I took a shot on the 4 last shot.
Yeah, so for me, it's all about nose back on gate, right? I love that. It's a handicapping angle all the time for me on the halves. Horse has a trailing post last time. As a result of that, handled aggressively, tough trip first over. This time out, rail control. Alfie Carroll loves the front end. We know that, right?
Oh, I was very torn between these two, last shot and Hot Fudge Sunday, but I thought Hot Fudge Sunday raced really well from the trailing position last time. Was up a long way first up. Alfie Carroll knows the horse well, so driving for his sister Angie Carroll, so family ties is always unique here in Dresden. And the thing I like about last shot, she's kind of a mare that can be inconsistent at times, but when she's got her A game, she's tough to beat. So these two, I think, are going to be the main
players. If she brings it tonight or today, I think she's a winner. However, I haven't seen that fire from her in the pre-race appearance recently. So that's something we're going to watch for, right? Before race 4, if we see last shot up on the bit and really, raring to go, then you can maybe swing to her side of it.
Hot Fudge Sunday is tough to beat on the engine.
He is. And I mean, and there's no doubt that's the game plan today. Yeah. Rail control, you don't want to waste that. Big post edge and the other two big players in the race.
All right, the Mark Austin final for the boys. I went to the 2 right about now. Where'd you go?
Right about now, yeah. I mean, been racing really well, and you know what? these lines look like, he kind of just did it easy. There was some adversity in those trips.
Yeah.
There were a couple times kind of got locked in, hemmed in. He seems
Especially
a little bit.
the first elimination,
Yes.
it looked like he wasn't going to get there.
No.
And then he just came flying, coming for home.
And I think he's maybe not the easiest horse to drive, which is something I'd be curious
and kind
to know
of an
about.
experienced guy like Donnie is kind of a perfect fit for him because Donnie has horses of his own. He's worked with tons of young horses before. So he kind of knows how to navigate a young horse like this kind of through a tighter track.
Yeah.
And you know what? Even Asher's Basher, I don't mind the 6-1 morning line.
I like him.
Yeah.
The problem is that when this race before the post draw, Asher's Basher to me had to get the better post. If he did,
Definitely.
it swings in his favor.
It'll kind of be interesting to see who Nick kind of follows out here.
That's got to be right about now, doesn't it? I mean, you want to be behind the
I
favorite.
think for him, it's trip dependent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you have the trailing post on a half, it really comes down to
a great field in there. Race 6, fillies and mares, $8,000 claimers. I went to the 4, Blossom on the Beach. She was kind of tailing off a bit, but now it seems like she's coming back into that form and on regular rotation like she was earlier this season in London when she was very tough to knock off, and I just think she's too tough to go against.
Oh, I'm in agreement. Yeah. Big effort coming, I think. Cam McQueen's got solid lineup throughout the card.
And did opt to go back to Scott Ray here as well.
Yeah, well, you got to, right?
Yeah.
You got to go with the guy who got it there last time, and it's a confidence-building win, that heart-building win that should prove positive. Decent group overall. I mean, there's some other horses that have a chance in here, but you got to give the edge to the 4, Blossom on the Beach.
Yeah, she's just in such good form right now. Race 7, obviously the scratch of 3, Take Your Breath Away, really opens things
Changes
up
everything.
in a big way, and I'm sure she was probably going to be a single for many in that pick 4.
Yeah, it was one that I went with on top, and the class of the field, no doubt, but she's
So I'm kind of edging to the 8 now. Ryan Klein was a winner at this class 2 back last week, just the outside post, didn't lost. Nick Stewart gets Nick back, just had too much work to do last time.
Yeah, speed to follow too, right,
Yes.
with Jays and Tigers.
Jason Tigers can get off the wings well.
Now, that's who I'm going to go with because rail control, speed.
And that's right. Yeah, I went with him for second.
Yeah, trailing post 2 back. Shake It If You Got It came back to race well yesterday as well.
54-1 over Sarnia.
That's right. So that to me, nice form reference. So I'd go Jays and Tigers on top, but I'm going to use Ryan Klein and likely William Ross for pieces underneath.
Yeah, on to the 8th race. Kind of had to go with my own here, Ace 44 Jack. He's getting some clash leaf. He's just one that he has to mind his manners, and I'm on pins and needles when I watch this one race, but I think if he stays flat, he can be right up there. But, I mean, Buddy Light, you get Garrett Rooney back in the sulky, rail control, Cam McQueen. I think this one's going to take a lot of the mutual support on the rail.
Yeah, and I think, too, I read some of the comments on Inside Harness, I think the thing with Buddy Light is he's supposed to be a bit tighter, a bit better today, and you can't take anything away from a horse that was second to Live and Large last time, and Live and Large put up a big effort on June 2nd for the victory, right?
Raced so well in that event.
And like you said, real control, Garrett Rooney. Now, I do like yours, the 3 Ace 44 Jack. He's let me down a few times.
Yeah. Oh, he's let me down a few times, too.
but I think that if he can, mind his manners tonight, he can be right there with this group.
I do, too. He's got the speed, and he was good for a couple starts, so hopefully we got him straightened away today. On to race 9, start of a late double, and Punches in Bunches, a very popular horse at Western Fair. We have some good horses that you're familiar with that have raced over London, and it's just a really good card today. He's just too tough to go against. I mean, the qualifier is decent enough, first start off the bench, but Garrett had, I believe, 3 choices in here, and he did opt to the 4, so that's got to tell us something.
It's got to tell us something, no doubt about it. And, I mean, 12 for 29 last year, just 1 for 7 this year. I don't think he's a slam dunk.
No.
I went with him on top. I think there's actually, this is probably, to me, one of the more competitive races.
I don't know if I take a short price on him.
No, I wouldn't. And it's likely going to be because, like you said, there's a popularity aspect with him. A lot of people know the name. He wins with frequency, so he's going to be probably a short price. I think that Lyman the Coconut with the rail control can get the victory.
He was so good here on opening day. He jogged in that event and then just kind of faced tougher at Flamborough and Sarnia, and Alex drove him for the first time last week, so I think he's got a better feel for him this time around.
And trailing post, Pebble Beach Pro, right? That's another one that
I was like, and even another one you can't ignore is Lady Speaker. Like
no, off a nice win, right?
This is just a stacked event here, and on to the 10th race. I did go to the 6th Debt Motivated first start for the Cam McQueen War, and this just kind of struggled this year. Had a good year last year, made almost 30,000, and had a mark of 52-4 over the 5/8 oval at the Meadows, but has just kind of struggled this season. But I think it's a stable change. Sometimes just a change of scenery seems to change things up for horses. And I don't know. It's a tough post, but I think she's the one to beat.
You know, she is on paper to me, classy veteran over 250,000 made. Now I read Cam's comments and his honor said that she might be a bit short, right, coming into this, and might still be good enough to win. Tough post though. So for me, it's hard for me to kind of not have her in the mix.
Yeah.
But there's some others that are interesting in here, like the 2 Smile and Style. Thought she's been racing better than advertised. She can rebound with a better effort. Pending for Treasure. Obviously, the last 2 are very scary when you see getting beat more than 22 lengths.
She's just a risk to me.
Right.
And Garrett obviously has to go with Angie's horses here, so that's why I did opt to the 8.
But with her best effort,
she can beat
this group. So for me, I think this race is more wide open than it looks. And in my multi, I'm actually doing it in both multi-wagers today, something I don't usually do, all button.
Yeah, and even Mimer, I picked her for 3rd here, and she gets Alex back, and Alex drove her good in that winning qualifier. She doesn't have a lot of starts under her belt. Like, when she's good, she's kind of an inconsistent mare, but she's kind of the...
Tactical speed, though. Yeah. Inside draw. Alex Lilly back aboard. I think...
And she is my dad's pet, so it would be cool to see her do something here on Father's Day.
The finale, right? Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Robert, so your best bet, senior advisor, spot play, Hot Fudge Sunday. Yeah. Anything additional you'd like to say about them?
Well, I mean, again, what we already said, right? Race 3, the 2 senior advisor, that regular rotation, better draw, Garrett Rooney back aboard. I think we're going to see good things. And he kind of makes his own luck in there.
Oh, 100%.
He can win from anywhere. Hot Fudge Sunday, I call it a spot play because in that race, you've got the other 2 main contenders, in my opinion, on the outside of the gate. That one gets to work from the pole position. We'll likely try to chop it out. Alfie Carroll's tough to get past. That horse is tough to get past. Win on the engine. So more than happy to kind of roll with both of those.
Especially a 4-horse field.
Oh, yeah.
There's not going to be a ton of pressure on him. So I think it should put him in a good spot. So look at our card today. Robert will be going over his Pick 5 ticket prior to race 1. So guaranteed at $1,000. And don't forget, new contest this year at the Inside Harness. $300 HPI betting voucher. And if you're in the U.S. playing too, you can get $200 in cash. In U.S. dollars, so anyone from North America can play. All you got to do is pick the horses in each race, and whoever has the most money by the end of the day wins. I think the highest is over $27 for the day, and not a whole bunch of people in it yet, so still time. Is at InsideHarness.com. Registration closes at 1 p.m., so get involved at InsideHarness.com. All right, we'll be back up soon with the changes. Robert Reed Jr. will be with us all day. We'll be doing commentary after the post break, so stick around. It's going to be a great Father's Day here at Dresden Raceway.
hold it.
Welcome back. I'm your track announcer, Nathan Bain. We're going to be on a fast track for today's Card of Racing. It's going to be a beautiful day here for the Mark Austin final, so great to see so many people here on Father's Day at the races and the Mark Austin finals and races 1 and 5. So let's get a look at our changes. Race number 1 is clear. Remove show wagering from the first. Race 2, no changes. Race 3 is clear. Fourth race, scratch number 2, Daylod Midnight is sick, also remove show wagering from the fourth. Fifth race, clear. Sixth race, no changes. Race 7 for a pick 4, guaranteed at $1,000. Scratching 3, take your breath away is lame. Scratching 3, take your breath away. And number 7, fine credit. So take out 3 and 7 out of the 7th race. 8th race, that one is clear. 9th race, scratching number 7, it's Ed's idea is 6. So take out the 7, it's Ed's idea. That's all for changes, about 7 minutes away from the opener. All right, so about 5 minutes away from the opener, starting off our pick 5 guaranteed at $1,000. We're going to throw trackside. Robert Reed Jr. is going to go over his ticket for this upcoming pick 5. Take it away, Robert.
Thank you, Nathan. There's a ticket on the screen right now, folks. And for me, I cannot go against Premier Elsa in the opening dash here. I think she takes down the first of 2 finals in the Mark Austin Memorial. And listen, she's a horse that's won 3 in a row over this surface, has been absolutely electric on the front end, and I don't think she gets beat tonight. So I just think that you've got to kind of take a stand somewhere. That's going to be my first of 2 stands in this sequence. The 4, Premier Elsa in the opening dash. 370 is the payout right now on the board. I think that goes down significantly before post time, Nathan. Race number 2, I think it's a wide open trotting event. Now, I give the edge to the outside of the gate in my selections, but I really think anyone could win that dash, and the posts kind of make it more interesting. When I look at a race and I'm on the 4, 5, and 6 in my top 3 picks, and it's a trotting event, I'm going to likely want to use some more on the inside. So that's why I went to the all button. I don't usually take the all button when it comes to multi-leg wagers, but I did in this spot using all 6 of them in race 2. Race number 3, the 2 Senior Advisor, one that we're both very fond of today. I just thought last time out, solid effort first over, and every right to take a step forward when getting back on a regular rotation. Senior Advisor, to me, is the best bet of the day. Good post, Garrett Rooney aboard, and Cam McQueen, as he noted today, he said that he's just $600 away from $1 million in career earnings. I think he gets it, and gets it in style on race 3 with the 2 Senior Advisor. Race 4, solid-looking trotting event. I do give a big edge to the inside with the 1 Hot Fudge Sunday. Not enough that I singled, but I do think that's one of the better plays of the day because of the post draw and the fact that we're likely going to see Hot Fudge Sunday sent right on down the road. Also using number 4, Last Shot, in that one. And then we get to the money leg, race number 5. And I'm going too deep in the second of 2 Mark Austin Memorial Finals. Right about now, number 2 is one you have to have on your ticket. He's done nothing wrong, but he's kind of, at times seemed to me like one that might be tough to handle. If Asher's Basher, the 8, had a better draw, I would have likely went to him on top as a bit of an upset. But because he didn't, I went to right about now on top, and I'm using both of them in this guaranteed pick 5 wager with the pool guaranteed at $1,000. Pretty inexpensive ticket, all in all. Just $4.80 for a 20-cent bet. And if we get a price down in race number 2, Nathan, it might pay handsomely.
All right, thank you, Robert. Here's a look at Trey's ticket. He's going to single, well, the 4, Premier Elsa, just so good, and will be the one to beat in this final. Then race 2, Trotters 6 and 1. He's going to go with Dusty Lane Thunder on the 6th plate. Elegance, race 3, 3 deep, using generally Senior Advisor and the 3 Master Fencer. On to the 4th race. Trey's got the single of number 5, Heavy Duty, after that winning effort here 2 weeks back. In the race 5, where he went the deepest of all, using Right About Now, Rising Grind, and the 5 Psychopath. He's also going to throw in 6 All-Star Playboy. So pick 5, getting underway guaranteed at $1,000. Good luck. We'll be back after the post braid. Now on the track for the Mark Austin final for the Fillies and Mares, the 1, Indigo, Andy Moore up for Robin Cassidy, John Marshall, John Training. Halcyon Hanover, the 2, gets the services of Scott Ray for Kevin Kerr. Catherine Cochran does the conditioning. Check with Vivian, the 3, Peter Core, owning training and driving. Number 4 is Premier Elsa, Nick Stewart at the controls for Rick Ryer, trainer Daryl Aver. Krytel Shadow, the 5, with Garrett Rooney up for owner-trainer Fred Droulard. Rounding out the field, number 6, No Close, No Problem. It'll be Alex Lilly up for Antonia Smith and Lloyd Mansfield. As we get set to go here for the Mark Austin final win play show, actually remove show wagering. So just win in place, exact or try, daily double, pick 5 wagering guaranteed at $1,000. And we got Robert Reed Jr. live here. And Robert, we're both going to go to the 4 here. Premier Elsa, she was just so good in both those legs, and I just find her too tough to go against.
Yeah, I couldn't go against her, Nathan. And, right now I'm a little bit surprised that she's still sitting at the price she is on the odds board, 3 to 5. I thought we'd probably see a 1 to 9 shot here to kick off the card. That might still happen come post time. And, I mean, there's no show wagering, but I saw there's some hefty action in that place pool right now on Premier Elsa. So if you're someone that likes to try to fade those bets and look for a big place price, you might want to look elsewhere in that pool on the just-in-case scenario. But Premier Elsa, too good for me to go against, single in the pick 5. And, I mean, again, 1 to 2 and likely shortening up more so before post time.
And you can see she looks good on post right now, and Nick's keeping her nice and relaxed. And you know what, this 3-year-old daughter, McWicked, she came here and where she was kind of struggling in some form, but has done really well since entering and the Darrell Laver barn, and seems to be only getting better for here. And Nick's been an excellent fit for this filly.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, I think she's just one that's going to be too tough to beat today. And the pre-race appearance right now for me is what you want to see. She looks nice and relaxed. And again, listen, it's the final of the Mark Austin Memorial Series, so there's going to likely be a little more action, I think, in the early stages for position. She might not get as easy of a go of it last time. Was she coming back to them a little bit? But again, too good to go against.
And there's a look at the 1 Indigo, and this filly almost got to Premier Elsa last time, but Premier Elsa was just too good. But this one came home in 28-4, and she was flying coming for home, and she's one that's kind of improved her form the last 2 starts. So you got to think she could be one to, if there's someone that's going to beat Premier Elsa, I think it would be the 1 Indigo.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. And, I like the way that Andy Moore has handled Indigo. I mean, still a maiden through 13 career outings, but 5 on the board finishes this year. And more times than not, she's finishing with pace, right? So she should be pretty happy about herself, feeling good about herself coming into this. And she's taking a lot of support from the start of the betting, right? She's 5 to 2 right now, the high side of 5 to 2, but a horse that by all rights you would think is going to try to plug in for that 2 hole and maybe be the one that takes the shot to get past Premier Elsa in the lane. She's been knocking at the door in her last couple, and maybe today she gets the job done. I think more than likely she finishes second, but again, she's one that I thought's been handled pretty well coming into this final.
Oh yeah, and you know what? She's going to be only getting better every week. You got to think her confidence is up right now, coming right up to Premier Elsa, and it'll be interesting to see if Andy kind of gives her a run at the start with Indigo, and we'll see if they battle off the wings.
Yeah, I think that the game plan's got to be to get that 2-hole, right? So sometimes you see a little skirmish early ensue because of that, right? A horse pushes out hard to try to secure the pocket. If others try to do so as well, it might make the action a little bit heavy in the early going, but I think no matter what, they settle out 4-1.
If there's beyond them, is there anyone else you kind of like in here?
You know what? I kind of, struggled with who to go with third in here. I went with the 3. Check with Vivian, and I only did that because I thought last time out closed up decent enough to finish 4th, and a horse that now gets that better post to work from. So if I'm looking in this race for who's going to round up the trifecta, I'm going to say what changes from the previous starts. For her, it's she moves in a couple spots on the gate, and she's kind of been in the mix, in each of the finishes recently anyway. She's been picking up prizes, so I think she's the one that I'd go to for third. And really because, No Close, No Problem, who I likely would have went in that direction, has to work from the uttermost post in the contest. So
for me with her, it's just more the post draw. I mean, you got to think she's still learning and still learning the ropes of the industry. No Close, No Problem. Just post 6 makes it kind of a tough spot right now. And if she had the inside, she might be a top 2 player, but unfortunately in her case, Indigo and Premier Elsa just got the better end of it in the draw this week.
Yeah, that's what it came down to for me with that one. I mean, I think she's come along nicely. She's learning. You said she's still learning the sport, learning the ropes. 4th first start, 3rd second start. She might be able to build off that, but the post draw to me just hurt her chances too much, and I think that a smaller share of it, maybe 4th, maybe get on the bottom in the trifecta in 3rd.
Most definitely. As we go in behind the gate here, Robert, how do you feel about the price right now about Premier Elsa?
Yeah, I think, I'm surprised, I'll be honest with you. I totally expected we'd see 1 to 9 or 1 to 5. I mean, when you have a horse taking that kind of support in the place pool, you would think the horse is going to be going off at 1 to 9 again. We'll probably see that come post time, But I'd say $3 is actually a pretty fair price on the 4 Premier Elsa.
And I wouldn't be surprised if she continues to drop even a little bit more. And Indigo, the second choice at 5-2, which isn't terrible. And beyond that, next one is Cry Tell Shadow at 7-1. So starter Dave Pryor calling in the horses. We'll catch up with you before the second, Robert. Great to have you with us today. As they're getting behind for the track kitchen pace. This is your last call to wager that pick 5 pool up and over $1,200, and that pool is going to continue to grow. In behind, the first Mark Austin final for the fillies and mares. Indigo, Halcyon Hanover, Check with Vivian, Premier Elsa, Cry Tell Shadow, no close, no problem. Here they come. Mark Austin final, fillies and mares. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Indigo is going to leave alertly from the rail. Along the inside, Halcyon Hanover and Premier Elsa, they march to the first turn. Indigo on the engine early. Premier Elsa will be forced into the pocket now. Racing from third, Halcyon Hanover, and that one's back. Check with Vivian ahead of Cry Tell Shadow, and no close, no problem. So in to go, this 3-year-old daughter of Sports Rider leads the field by 2 lengths, sitting second. Premier Elsa in a traveling third as Halcyon Hanover, and that one's back. Check with Vivian as they move past the opening quarter in 29-3. In to go, leading the charge as they are set to come in front of us for the first time. Premier Elsa sits the pocket this week, staying in third. Halcyon Hanover directed to the outside fourth. Check with Vivian, looking at it from fifth. This Cry Tell Shadow, no close, no problem, can see them all. It's Indigo, still the one to take down. Premier Elsa sits second. Check with Vivian, the first up grind, a second of a toe up into fourth. Cry Tell Shadow saving ground fifth. Halcyon Hanover 101.5 to the flat, to the halfway point, still up top. In to go, looks comfortable on a front emission. Now on the wheel of the pace setter. Check with Vivian at a big number. Locked and blocked in third as the heavy choice. Premier Elsa getting into the mix now. Here comes Cry Tell Shadow racing from fifth. Halcyon Hanover, no close, no problem. Still trails the field as they approach the 3/4. It's all Indigo. Premier Elsa just chomping at the bit, looking for some racetrack now. As they move past 3/4 and 131 flat, 30 seconds in the third panel. There's no room yet for Premier Elsa as they match strides coming for home. Check with Vivian in to go. It's still Indigo up top. Premier Elsa still with some work to do now. Indigo has just found another gear that the rest just don't have. The favorite is defeated, and Indigo and hoorah wins it. Time on the mile, 2 minutes and 2. In to go was good to go. Returning back down in front. In to go, a 2-1. Gets the job done here, and she is a 3-year-old brown filly by Sports Rider from the mare $1 Million Spree out of $1 Million Cam. Owned by Robin Cassidy, John Marshall, John Training, Andy Moore on for the Winning Drive, Indigo gets there in 2 minutes and 2/5. Sponsored by Stellar Mount. Here we got a blanket presentation from the Austin family. It's great to have them on hand with us today. And in to go. Upsets. Not really a big upset, but definitely upset the heavy favorite here. Captures the Mark Austin Memorial Final for the Fillies and Mares here today. Stopping the clock here in 2 minutes and 2/5, and we're going to send it trackside here to Robert Reed Jr. He's going to catch up with winning driver Andy Moore.
Testing. Oh, here we go. Well, Robert Reed Jr. here, trackside, winner's circle with winning driver of the first of two Mark Austin Memorial Finals, Andy Moore. Indigo. And, we were talking before the race. I said, I love the way that Andy's kind of brought this one along. She's not broke her maiden yet, but she's kind of been right there and finishing with pace every time. Was the game plan tonight to go right down the road from the rail?
Of course.
Well, that was pretty short and sweet, right? But I mean, when you're leaving out of there, and you've got a horse that's heavily backed, 1-5 shot on your outside. I mean, most guys are going to say, I'll be happy to sit a 2-hole trip, but you look like you were very intent on putting that one behind you.
I didn't know he was 1-5. I thought I was.
Well, there you go. Well, you have utmost confidence in your filly, but Andy, you had a career season last year, right? I know you attribute a lot of that to the success of Yoda Queen. This year, having putting up similar numbers to this point, how are you feeling so far about the year?
I'm missing my Yoda Queen.
Well, she'll be back, right? We'll see her get back to her best stride. And then driving here at Dresden Raceway, I mean, such a great crowd here, such a great atmosphere. Talk a little bit about that.
Oh, it's a great little place to be. Fans are always hollering.
That's good. Yeah, it's nice when they're cheering you home there too, like they were in that one. And then let's move ahead now to the second of two Mark Austin Memorial Finals on race number 5. You're going to be aboard a horse in with a big chance in that one, and that is the 4 Rise and Grind. Let's talk about that one's chances today.
Jamie will have it ready. That's all I know.
Any you want to tip your hand to maybe how you're going to handle the race?
Hopefully land on front.
There you go. Andy Moore seems pretty confident about that one as well. But Andy Moore, winning driver of Indigo in the first of two Mark Austin Memorial Finals.
Thank you, Robert. Andy Moore, always a man full of confidence. As we get a look at the prices here for the first race. Indigo, $630, $36.10 to place. Crytel Shadow, $213 and 80 cents to place. And there was no show wagering till the exact to $81.90. $1 try, $148.45, and the 20-cent try, $29.69. Upcoming second race, second half of today's Daily Double, no changes.
Can I have James Pellich, Jill Hetherington, and Barb Vercoterin come to the 50-50 table, please? Barb Vakudarin, James Pellich, Jill Hetherington. Come to the 50-50 table.
Here's the first race rundown. Indigo, the race winner. Halcyon Hanover was 6th. Check with Ithian 3rd. Premier Elsa 5th. Crytel Shadow 2nd. No close, no problem 4th. Trotter is now on the track for the second race, led by the 1 Dusty Lane Thunder, Jonathan Hahn up for John Bell. It'll be Dane Pearson training. Number 2, Telling the Story. Tony Hanley gets the call here for Patricia Gibb. Joe Shaw is the conditioner. Number 3, Rivers at Home. Mark Williams gets the call for Michael Riviere, Dwayne McFadden training. Number 4, I Am What I Am. It'll be Scott Ray at the controls for Patricia Gibb. Joe Shaw trains. The 5 is Junior, owned by Dennis Duford, Ashley Duford trading. Rob Doyle in the sulky. Run out the field, number 6, Playful Elegance. Dennis Duford owns and drives, trained by Ashley Duford. For the JMHI Insurance Trot, they'll go 1 mile for a purse of $4,000. Win, play, show. Exactor Try Wagering is available. And we'll catch up here with Robert Reed Jr. and Premier Elsa gets defeated there, and definitely a lot of money in the place pool. Kind of changed out the payouts in a big way.
Yeah, pretty wild, right, Nathan? I mean, that place pool, like I kind of mentioned that, for me, when I see that kind of a situation, I'll usually try to exploit it and go elsewhere, get a big number on the if comes something happens, and ended up not getting the trip she's been getting. 2-hole trip, but in behind one that was really ready for the best performance of her career and Indigo. And you heard Andy Moore after the race; he seemed pretty confident going into that, apparently, and he had no intentions of ever giving up the lead. So, monster place prices. So those who took advantage of those, congratulations, and pretty good start to the day if you got one of those ones down.
Yeah, definitely an excellent effort from her on the rail there, and Premier Elsa just kind of got locked in some traffic, and the trip just worked out better for Indigo. It just didn't really. It just wasn't the trip that Premier Elsa wanted, right? I mean, you end up jammed up there. A horse like her who's been really, kind of raring to go in the lead. You're not going to like getting jammed up in the pocket. So, end of the day, I mean, wasn't her day today, but I think she'll come back out of it and start doing good things again for the Laver Barn. As we turn the page here to race 2, we both went to the 6er Playful Elegance, and this is a pretty wide open event, but Playful Elegance coming off a solid second place finish, and I think this is some of the easier competitions she's seen in a while.
Yeah, it's a huge, class release spot for her. Now, not really, dropping in class per se, but like you said, better spot for her competition-wise. The problem is the post, right? I mean, and that's really where I kind of struggle with this race in the pick 5 was I like the horses on the outside of the gate, both entries from the Duford barn, but they're both going to have maybe tough sledding from out there. Now, again, I would be surprised to see them, kind of going together on the outside, providing cover for one and the other, and that obviously would help their chances. But I did go to the outside of the gate in this one. My selections are 6, 5, and 4, but when I do that in a 6-horse trotting field and a half, that makes me kind of question myself, and that's why I hit the all button in the pick 5.
And Junior's just kind of been one win this season, but when he gets down cheap, he kind of gets his confidence a bit higher, and Rob Doyle's no stranger to sit behind Junior. So like you said, it's going to be a bit interesting to see what happens with them being on the outside, but I think they're the 2 to beat. And I know and on the rail you got Dusty Lane Thunder, mare you've been fond of in the past.
Yeah, I think for Junior, I mean, there's some early foot there. I don't know if you think maybe she can go forward off the gate. I think it's going to be tough though, because you do have speed on the inside. I mean, Telling the Story can leave out well. Dusty Lane Thunder is going to definitely push the rail, and even others in here maybe don't show speed as of late, but they've had it in the past. So again, I really like. I mean, when I look at the odds board right now, 8-5 versus 5-1 on the 2 entries from the Duford barn, I might lean in the direction of Junior just for value. But like you mentioned in the pregame show, Dennis had his choice and he went with the 6 Playful Elegance.
And Playful Elegance is kind of a mare who has beaten tougher competition. Like you see some of the horses she's raced against, like the Boss Man, Spun from Magic, Seen a Magician. So we're talking about some trotters who have raced in top class events. And you get down to a kind of a cheaper race like this. Obviously the post isn't ideal, but it's just going to be a trip dependent race. But if she gets the right trip and everything goes good for her, I think she'll be tough to beat.
Yeah, I agree. I think it does come down to the trip scenario. I mean, for pretty much every horse in this race, right? It's how it lines up. Look at the odds board, though. This is one of those races where, I mean, I hit the all button. I didn't really know what to do with it in the multi-legs, and really the betting public's kind of in the same boat. We got a favorite at 9-5, but the biggest price on the board right now is sitting at 5-1. So it just shows you that everyone thinks there's a lot of parity in this race. And even with the lifetime earnings, Nathan, I looked at it. The lowest lifetime earner is $86,000 with Dusty Lane Thunder. The highest is $160,000, the two telling the story, and everyone else falls in between. So, I mean, this is a race where it's kind of evenly matched. I give the edge to the outside of the gate, but the post positions might dictate a different story.
And the more I look at it, and the more I think you were on the right track, hitting the all button here in this race, just because, like you said, they're so closely bunched, and that's a good fact to go off of, like their lifetime earnings. So, I mean, some different ages in here, but all these trotters have kind of been on the same track, and it's like they're all dropping into the perfect class. So I don't know if I'd take too short of a price on anything, but like the highest one was 5-1. So not something you see too often, that's for sure.
Never a bad idea, right, to look at a race like this and just look for the value and maybe take the bigger price. Like, even when, like, telling the story, I didn't pick this horse in my top 3, but one that by all rights, could be better in here, getting back on Lasix after not being able to use it at Clinton, and flat line to their credit. So again, there's a lot of different angles here. Look at that odds board though, Nathan. 8-5 favoritism, but then everyone else between 3 and 6-1.
Yeah, it's going to be a great event as the starter calls in for the trotters. We'll catch up back with Robert after the second race before the third race post parade. So definitely a bit of an upset at the start. Indigo, but it's time for the second half of today's Daily Double. Last call to wager. The trotters in behind for the JMHI Insurance Trot. Dusty Lane Thunder telling the story. Rivers at home, I Am What I Am, Junior, and Playful Elegance. In behind the gate here on Father's Day at Dresden Raceway. Picture perfect weather here at Ontario's Little Saratoga. Here they come. And they're off and trotting, telling the story, blasting off the wings along the inside is Dusty Lane Thunder as they march to the first turn, telling the story. Comes up to grab control. Dusty Lane Thunder for a pocket ride in second, racing from third. I Am What I Am, and protecting pylon position in fourth. Rivers at home. Then we go back to the two Duford trainees, Playful Elegance and Junior, taken to the back. Now as they work up to the opening quarter station and telling the story, and Tony Hamlin call the shots here early, right there in second. Dusty Lane Thunder to gapped off third as I Am What I Am past the opening quarter in 29 seconds flat. Up top, continuing to dictate the terms up top is Telling the Story. Racing from second, Dusty Lane Thunder, and tracking third as I Am What I Am. Rivers at home looks at it from fourth. Fifth away to the inside as Playful Elegance and Junior can see them all as the trotters come in front of us for the first time. Telling the story, looking comfortable on a front end mission. Dusty Lane Thunder second, I Am What I Am. Looking to get a peek to the outside in third. Rivers at home, stays in fourth, halfway home in 59-3, 30-3 in that second quarter. Telling the story, still there, doing things well. Dusty Lane Thunder pops the pocket now, and Johnny Hahn has got the pedal to the metal here. On for third, I Am What I Am. And Rivers at home protecting pylon position, tries to save a little ground there. Playful Elegance and Junior comes up the rail. It's Dusty Lane Thunder putting a full length in front. Dusty Lane Thunder has taken over command, and Playful Elegance 3 wide from the back as they spin by 3/4 and 1:30 and 2. Dusty Lane Thunder, the mare, has got 2 lengths on him here as they battle on for the place spot. Some late kick up on the outside. Playful Elegance and I Am What I Am. They come for home. Dusty Lane Thunder, Playful Elegance is steamrolling up on the outside. Dusty Lane Thunder, Playful Elegance almost there. Dusty Lane Thunder, who's it going to be? Playful Elegance gets there. Dusty Lane Thunder second, I Am What I Am third. Playful Elegance for Team Duford, 201-3. Unofficial 6142. Returning trackside, the unofficial winner of race number 2, number 6, Playful Elegance, a 7-year-old brown mare by Elegant Man. The mare Playoff Volo out of Classic Photo, owned by Dennis Duford of Dresden. Dennis also driving, trained by Ashley Duford. Playful Elegance gets her second win on the season in a time of 2:01.3. Congratulations. Prices are official. Playful Elegance 550, 270, 210. Dust Lane Thunder 310, 220. I am what I am 250 to show. To the exact 1190, $1 try, 1860, 20-cent try, 372. Today's daily double paying $21.60. Upcoming third race, no changes. Back on the pace.
Can I have Trish Thompson, Steve Sage, and Jill Hetherington to the 50-50 table?
Now stepping out for the third race, horses and geldings, claiming 8,000 for winners over $1,499. And last 5 made the field. Number 1, General Lee. Dwayne Spitzig owns, trains, and drives. Senior advisor, the 2, gets the services of Garrett Rooney. For owners John McQueen, along with Stuart McQueen, Cameron McQueen training. Master Fencer, the 3, it'll be Rob Doyle, the pilot, for Kyle Stretch, Michelle Sherman training. The 4 is Paparazzi Hanover, owned by Kim Carther, Mike Carther training, Andy Moore up. Donnie Rankin Jr. back on 5. Better Than Cash for Gary Bickford, the trainer's Dave Bain. Number 6, Phone In, is owned and trained by George Robinson, Nick Stewart at the lines. Rounding up the field, number 7, Beck Jr., owned by Larry Curry, Doug Curry training, Scott Ray aboard. Field of 7 here for the Foodland Dresden Pace Win Play Show, Exacta Try Wagering. We're bringing Robert Reed Jr. back on, and Robert, senior advisor, has continued to take a lot of the heavy support. So that one seems to me very tough to go against.
Yeah, tough for me to go against. I know we both made this one our best bet on the card, and we didn't talk ahead of time, so we came to that conclusion on our own, each of us. And I mean, I think it's pretty tough to go against this one in here, even at that price right now of 3 to 5, because last time out, you're off time and a first over journey before just getting beaten by a nose at the wire to Phone In. And Phone In obviously had a big pace advantage and a post advantage that time around. You now get down to the inside of the gate. You get Garrett Rooney aboard, and just looks like the right spot for senior advisor to get back in the win column. And Cam McQueen just $600 away from $1 million in career earnings. So I know he'd like to do it in style here, right, with a victory with senior advisor.
And you look at second start back in this barn, and raced really well last week. Was first up for a long way, just to get beat by a nose by Phone In, who was kind of tired at the end in that race. So senior advisor kind of had more of it on the end. And I think if the trip should work out from post 2, and I don't know, it's going to be tough to see him get beat here.
Yeah, like I said, I couldn't go against them. And, the trip scenario, it might even be similar, right, Nathan? Because you got General Lee. He's not going to give up any spots on the inside. I mean, ideally, if you're backing senior advisor, you want to see him go forward off the gate and then have one like General Lee be happy to take the 2-hole trip. That's kind of ideal. If that doesn't happen, though, I don't think it really matters, because if you just add the tightness factor this time around, that should be enough to get him to the winner's circle.
And generally, I mean, raced really well last week, but was against much tough, easier company in that event, and could be leaving a little bit on the rail. And 7-1, not a terrible price right now, but I think General Lee will still try to leave out of there today.
Yeah, it should. I mean, I think we're going to see that one blast out of there. And, it was a softer group last time. I mean, those are legit fractions. Now, home in 32-3. Obviously, the heavy favorite against, like you said, a softer group. This is a much different kettle of fish now. You go from a winner's under 8,000 claimer to a winner's over 8,000 claimer, which, I mean, the difference between those two classes is a pretty wide margin. But he's got the post advantage and the tactical speed advantage, and I think you should get a big piece of it.
Yeah, and he's won the race here. A lot of his wins last season came right over this Dresden surface, so he's one that's fared well over this track before. And beyond senior advisor, it kind of got a bit tougher, and I think generally could be one to be up there. And what's your thoughts on the 4, Paparazzi Hanover, right now, 9-2?
Well, classy veteran, right? I mean, it's hard to ever leave him off. I mean, he's 12 years old, 40 wins, almost 470,000 made, and kind of raced against his style last time. Came from off the pace to be third. I mean, the Paparazzi Hanover that I know loves to be, up on the engine or close to it. He's on the bit right now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go forward off the gate again tonight. I mean, I don't think he can win from off the pace. The only chance I think he has to get to the victory lane is to leave out of there. But you never want to rule him out, because he kind of gets a little bit streaky at times. He's 1 for 14 this year, but he had some cold spells last season when he went 8 for 36.
And he looks very game on post braid right now, and he kind of raced off the pace last week, which is typically not how he's raced before. So it'll be interesting to see how it kind of plays out today for Paparazzi Hanover, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think the trip scenario is going to be different today. Maybe not, on the lead, but closer to it. And I see him being as a main player underneath. And again, maybe the direction you want to go in if you're not a believer in Senior Advisor, if you don't want to swallow that 2 to 5 favoritism.
Yeah, and Senior Advisor, you're not surprised. Look at the support he's taking in the win pool right now. I mean, second start back in this barn. You know what, Garrett's keeping him nice and relaxed right now, and he's kind of a versatile horse too, which is a big advantage here. And Garrett Rooney has just been tearing it up at Western Fair this year as well, here and the Hiawatha Horse Park. So definitely a driver that a lot of the horse players like to go to at times.
Yeah, I don't mind betting Garrett Rooney, that's for sure. I mean, look at the season he's having, right? 346. I mean, this is kind of the year. I mean, he's been kind of knocking at the door of having this type of a season. He's had incredible years in each of his last 2, but obviously this year he's raised his game significantly. And I'm getting a good look right now at Senior Advisor and Garrett Rooney right in front of me here. Like you said, looking calm and relaxed and ready to go and turn in a big mile.
And we've seen Garrett and Cameron team up for a lot of success in Ontario. So it's a strong combination to kind of rely on here at Dresden. And it definitely will be a horse that could be leaving out of there quite well, like we talked about. And lots of value on the board right now. And aside, who do you think's the best value right now?
I mean, I would look to either, Paparazzi Hanover, phone in. I mean, look, it's going to be a lot tougher this time. You go to post 6, but he's still coming off a win. And without that, victory, he's been hitting the board or getting up pieces pretty much in every start this season. So I've always been a fan of that horse. I hate the post today, but pretty wild that you get that kind of a price on one that won in here last time. It's not often you get 13 to 1 on a horse that's looking to repeat in the same class.
Especially considering he beat Senior Advisor, but I just think it's a much different situation this week.
Absolutely, yeah. You flip the posts in a big way, and you have Senior Advisor with that start of tightness under him. He's going to be tough to beat.
All right, thanks, Robert. As we get in behind the gates, starter calls on the horses. Senior Advisor, the heavy favorite right now for the Foodland Dresden Pace. In behind the third race, field of 7 pacers, generally. Senior Advisor, Master Fencer, Paparazzi Hanover, Better Than Cash, Phone In, and Beck Jr. On the outside, the third from Dresden. It's packed here on Father's Day. Race 3 in the hands of the starter, and here they come. They're off and pacing. Senior Advisor blasts out of the well to the inside is Generally, and Senior Advisor all leave early now as they work through the first turn. On top, Paparazzi Hanover. Generally now sits in second. Better Than Cash got away from third. Racing from fourth is Senior Advisor and a traveling fifth to the inside. Master Fencer. Your back markers are Phone In and Beck Jr. Paparazzi Hanover is now touched down on the lead, but he had to pay for it as they move past the opening quarter station in 28 and 4. Paparazzi Hanover shows the way. Generally sits second. Better Than Cash continues to look at it from third. The heavy choice, Senior Advisor, races out of fourth. Then we go back to Master Fencer, Phone In, and Beck Jr. trails the field as they come in front of us for the first time. Paparazzi Hanover leads the charge. Generally a second. First up, here comes Better Than Cash, providing cover to Senior Advisor and Garrett Rooney. Saving ground fifth is Phone In. Out and moving, Master Fencer, and Beck Jr. trails the field as they move past the half and 58 and 4, 30 seconds in the second quarter. And Paparazzi Hanover now pressing on the pace setter. Here comes Better Than Cash, trying to match strides up top. Senior Advisor perfectly set up in third. Racing from fourth is Generally. Then we go back to Phone In, who's trying to make something happen. Your back markers are Beck Jr. And on the outside is Master Fencers. They work past 3 quarters now. It's still Paparazzi Hanover, Better Than Cash, hanging around for second as they move past that mark. 126 and 3, so they picked it up a little bit in the third panel. Paparazzi Hanover splitting horses is Better Than Cash, and Senior Advisor 3 wide on the outside. They spin for home. Paparazzi Hanover still there, Better Than Cash in between. Senior Advisor, Paparazzi Hanover finding more, and Paparazzi Hanover wins it. Better Than Cash second. Senior Advisor third. Phone In was fourth. And 156 flat. Unofficial 4-5, 2-6. So a bit of an upset there. Paparazzi Hanover, like we talked about, he had some class and made the front today, which weren't sure what was going to happen there, but he looked very good in that race. So Paparazzi Hanover at 5-1, then Better Than Cash at 10-1 up for second. And the Heavy Choice Senior Advisor settles for third, then Phone In rounds things out for fourth. Returning back down in front, Paparazzi Hanover. 12-year-old brown gelding by Well Set at Apollo's Best from Pro Bono Best. Owned by Kim Carther. Mike Carther training. Andy Moore on for winning drive. Paparazzi Hanover. He's all class here as he scores in his second victory of the season and a season's best. 156 flat. Paparazzi Hanover, $13, $460, $250. Better Than Cash, $640, $250. Senior Advisor, $210 to show. Del Exacta, $104.70. $1 try, $124.10. The 20-cent try, $24.82. Upcoming fourth race, Scratching 2, Daylawed Midnight, Remove Show Wagering. Race 4 does begin. Pick 3 wagering.
Can I have Brett Gore, Brian Gagne, Connie Rumble to the 50-50 table? We're also going to draw for the Molson Craft tool set, and the winner of that is Nick Goodall.
Third race rundown. General Lee, 5th. Senior Advisor, 3rd. Master Fencer, 7th. Paparazzi Hanover, the race winner. Better Than Cash, 2nd. Phone In, 4th. And Beck Jr. was 6th. Look at our guest cappers for today. Yours truly, Robert Reed Jr. Great to have him on track with us this afternoon. Trey Colbeck, Sherry, and Larry all providing their picks. So thank you to them for all their support this season. Everyone's done an excellent job promoting our product here in Dresden and pushing their picks. It's great to see, and definitely the handle has been good. Solid pools all afternoon. Massive crowd on hand, so very long lineups at the windows this afternoon. So factor that in while placing your wagers here on track. Get those wagers in early to avoid the possibility of being shut out. So it's a massive crowd on hand on Father's Day here at Dresden. Here are the trotters stepping on the track for the fourth race. Preferred 3 top-class trotters for a purse of $5,000, led by the 1, Hot Fudge Sunday, Alfie Carroll at the lines for Angie and Mary Carroll. Angie does the training. 2 is out. Number 3, Should Have Known Better. Tony Hamlin at the controls for owner-trainer Mike Hamlin. The 4 is Last Shot. Garrett Rooney to do the driving for Britt Kennedy. who owns and trains. Running at the field number 5, Heavy Duty, is owned and trained by Natalie Elliott, gets Mark Williams and the sulky today. Scratch down to field of 4, scratch show wagering as well. Win place, exact or try, and pick 3. Wagering does get underway here, and we're going to catch back up here with Robert Reed Jr. And I know you're loving the chances of Hot Fudge Sunday here. Definitely a good post draw, and not taking the most action on the board right now, actually.
Yeah, I thought that, Hot Fudge Sunday looks like the play here, right, Nathan? Because what we talked about in the pregame, you get rail control, and that, more importantly, that nose back on gate. I mean, so many times when I handicap any track for that matter, but especially, in the shorter surfaces, when a horse goes from trailing post to nose on gate, especially a good leaving spot, I'm going to likely look in that direction. And Hot Fudge Sunday, fits the bill as one that can, bust out of there and go all the way in the engine here. And we know that Alfie Carroll's so tough to pass on the lead. To me, it kind of comes down to a 2-horse affair, in my opinion. But in a 4-horse race, it usually becomes a driver's strategy race, right? There might not be a lot of action, and if that's the case, it's going to come down to who can steal a better trip. But I think it's going to be the one Hot Fudge Sunday. And
Hot Fudge Sunday just raced so good in that race last time out, where he was kind of first up for most of the way, and got beat there by Heavy Duty, but I just think it's a much different race here with Hot Fudge Sunday on the rail. And like you said, a smaller field, you know what, it's going to come down to how the drivers work the trip out, and he shouldn't face a lot of pressure if he makes the front, so it could set up very well for him. And I mean, Last Shot, it does come down to a 2-horse race, and Last Shot has been kind of off her game the last couple starts, but you get Garrett Rooney who hops back in the bike here, and I think if the trip goes right for Last Shot, she can be up there and takes the action right now.
Yeah, you know what? I said, earlier today, we're going to see it pre-race from Last Shot, and this is the way that she looks when she's good. I mean, she's right up on the bit. She looks very strong and healthy out there right now, and I'll tell you, in recent efforts, I haven't seen that from her. So, take that for what you will. I mean, it would have been much harder for me to put Hot Fudge Sunday on top if I'd been privy to this kind of pre-race appearance when I made my selections, because she looks the way that she does when she goes out and she reels off a big one. I mean, Sugar Doyle and I at the Raceway in London will always say that when she shows it before the race, she brings it in the race, and right now she's doing that. So we might see her come back with a better effort today.
And Last Shot, like you said, when she's on her game, she's tough to beat. And she's raced against the best, was a runner-up to Johnny Buckshot on April 23rd to London, and that's one that we've seen win some tough races up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So Last Shot on her game, she can compete with some of the best top-class trotters on the B tracks in Ontario, and definitely something to factor in. But I just think with rail control, Hot Fudge Sunday, you just can't ignore his chances in here, and it really does come down to a 2-horse race. I mean, Heavy Duty did beat Hot Fudge Sunday last time, but that was on the front, and Hot Fudge Sunday gets the rail to work with this time around.
Yeah, I mean, to take nothing away from Heavy Duty. I mean, he's won 2 in a row, kind of getting a bit of a resurgence as of late, after kind of being a little bit camera shy over the last couple of seasons. But I just think it's such a disadvantage for him today with the name of his game being, early speed, that he now has to work from the outside of these horses. They're going to be leaving out, and I'll always say it. Doesn't matter what post you have, if the horse directly inside of you is going to blast off the wings of the gate, it makes your race infinitely tougher. And I think Last Shot, from what I saw, is going to be doing exactly that, and Hot Fudge Sunday is going to be trying to push and hold his position as well. So if the lineup is 1-4-4-1, I don't see how it kind of plays out any other way. But again, if you're a believer in coming back to the horse that won this race last time, he's got the assigned post too, Heavy Duty. I mean, you're getting value on the board right now at a price just south of 4-1.
And then you even got Should Have Known Better, who does have some early speed, so he could even kind of leave in the mix there. So could be a lot of horse, even for a 4-horse field. We could see some action off the wings.
Yeah, I think we will, because again, these races don't typically have a tremendous amount of action in the middle stages, when you get a short field like this. So it's all about the lineup off the gate. I mean, and again, Hot Fudge Sunday, I think, kind of controls his own destiny with the rail control. but you're going to see Last Shot go forward tonight. I mean, she hasn't been able to do that as of late, right? She's faced competition as such and had to work from spots as such that she couldn't really, go forward off the switch. So, why not go back to those tactics here in a winnable spot?
Yeah, definitely. And these two have taken a lot of the attention on the board right now, and Last Shot is kind of edging out Hot Fudge Sunday as the favorite right now. And I think people are really torn between them because we don't know what kind of game Last Shot's going to bring today. I mean, she looked really good on post break, so that's got to say something.
Yeah, I think that's likely why that support's coming for her, right? I mean, we see it here live on track. You saw it on the simulcast feed as well, that she's up on the bit today, and when she does that, she usually unleashes a big performance. So no surprise she's had the support swing in her favor.
Yeah, these two are definitely the main players in here. Thank you, Robert. We'll catch up with you before the 5th, but right now the Trotters preferred 3. Top Class coming behind the gate. This race sponsored by Boston Pizza of Chatham. Trotters in behind the gate, race 4, start of a pick 3. Hot Fudge Sunday, should have known better. Last Shot, heavy duty. Top Class Trotters in behind the gate. Scratch down to a field of 4. And they're off and trotting to the inside. Hot Fudge Sunday, should have known better. Everyone leaving out of there, but Hot Fudge Sunday with that rail control will show the way. Should have known better. Not content. They're going to go at it here. Bit of a speed duel up front. Hot Fudge Sunday will win the early battle as Should have known better gets deposited into second. Last Shot, good getaway in third. Heavy Duty gets away in fourth. The early trailer as his field of 4 makes their way up to the opening quarter station, and Hot Fudge Sunday, this 7-year-old son of Cadabra, gets him by the opening quarter station in 29 seconds flat. Should have known better, the pocket sitter in second, traveling from third. The mare, Last Shot, and Heavy Duty continues to trail the field as the Trotters work in front of us for the first time, calling the shots thus far. Hot Fudge Sunday looking very comfortable on a front admission. Should have known better, second. Last Shot is third. Heavy Duty now gets brought to the outside by Williams. Now as they move past the halfway point in 50-9-1, 30-1 in that second quarter, and large and in charge. Hot Fudge Sunday by 2 lengths now. Should have known better, holds on to the place spot, kind of caught in a blind switch there. Is Last Shot racing from fourth. Up on the outside is Heavy Duty, and Hot Fudge Sunday looking comfortable. Carroll hasn't moved a muscle yet. Should have known better, continues to stalk along in second. Last Shot finds a seam and comes on through, and Last Shot now turning up the heat here as they move past the 3/4 pole in 1:28.4. They picked it up a little bit here. Hot Fudge Sunday still there. Last Shot continues to push the issue, looking to rein in the leader here as they spin for home, and Hot Fudge Sunday has company, and that company's name is Last Shot, who's going to take a shot at the leader right here, right now. Hot Fudge Sunday digging in gamely. Last Shot, one last push on the outside. It was close. We'll have to double check on that one. Holding on was the one, Hot Fudge Sunday, just by a nose. Unofficial 1-4-3-5. Returning back down in front, the unofficial winner of race 4, number 1, Hot Fudge Sunday. 7-year-old brown gelding by Cadabra from the mare. Sunday on Sunday out of Chocolatier. Owned by Angie and Mary Carroll. Angie does the training. Elfie Carroll on to winning drive. Carroll family getting it done here. Number 1, Hot Fudge Sunday, who stops the clock today in 1:59 flat. Congratulations for his 5th victory in 2024.
Congratulations to Hot Fudge Sunday. The blanket is provided by Re-Ride, the tax store just behind the grandstand. So once again, we'd like to thank Re-Ride for sponsoring the race and Hot Fudge Sunday.
Prices are official. Hot Fudge Sunday, $5.10, $2.90. Last shot, $3.10 a show, to the exact at $10 on the button. $1 try, $14.65. And the 20-cent try, $2.93 to show. Upcoming 5th race on the pace, the Mark Austin Memorial Final for the boys, sponsored by Stellar Mount. They'll go 1 mile for a purse of $15,000. No changes.
I have Evelyn Croft, Doug Kelvin, and Trevor Thompson come to the 50-50 table. This draw here is for a power saw, a multi-purpose saw, courtesy of Lumberjack Home Building Center right here in Dresden. And the winner of the saw, Murray Carraw. Come to the 50-50 table.
Here's the rundown from the 4th. Hot Fudge Sunday, the race winner, to a scratch. Should have known better, 3rd. Last shot, 2nd. Heavy Duty was 4th.
Getting a look at the will pays for the pick 5. Looks like only 4 are going to pay out here and could be a big upset in the making. If the 2 right about now doesn't happen to win, he comes back as the favorite at $420.50. Then next you'll look at Officer Cheese, $3,154, and then above that over $6,000 for the 1 and 4. Actually, here, as we've seen a couple upsets in Premier, Elsa definitely knocked out a bunch at the start. Then we've seen Senior Advisor get upsetted, so there's been upsets here, and could be what we see here in the 5th race for the final. So it'll be interesting here, but right about now comes back as the heavy favorite here for the pick 5, and still a good payout. Now stepping out, one of the ones we've been waiting for, the Mark Oss Memorial Final for the boys. They'll pace 1 mile for a purse of $15,000, led by the 1T Toddler. Alex Lilly, and the sulky for owner-trainer Janice McEachern. Number 2, right about now looking to sweep the series, it's Donnie Rankin Jr. back aboard for owner-trainer Bill Ham, partners with Tom Ham. Officer Cheese, the 3, gets the services of Alfie Carroll for Kim and Brad McNiven, along with Bradley Douglas and Thomas Broder, Scotland Niven Training. The 4, Rise and Grind, owned by Thomas Macco, Jamie Doig Training, Andy Moore looking for his 3rd on the afternoon. Psychopath, the 5. It'll be Scott Ray, the pilot, for James Brewer, along with Dare to Dream Stables, Jack Ray Training. All-Star Playboy, the 6, with Rob Doyle, on for Antonia Smith, Robert Manders Trains. Number 7, the Jack of Diamonds, Garrett Rooney, aboard for Sally Charlton. Lindsay Kerr Training, running out the field, number 8, Asher's Basher. It'll be Nick Stewart back the lines for Gord and Scott Mason, along with Derek Anderson, BJ Leon Training. Full field of 8, the Mark Austin Memorial Win Play Show. Exacta Try, Superfecta Wagering. We got Robert Reed here, and we were just talking about this, how the pick 5 payouts are just wild right now.
They really are. I mean, obviously we see, Still a decent price on the 2 right about now, all things considered. He's going to be the heavy favorite on here, but there's some carryover opportunities, and especially on the 8 Asher's Basher, not a winning ticket on him. If he gets the job done here, that would be remarkable to me, because you and I both think he's the one that can upset here, and he's only 5-2 in the odds board. So the fact that no one's alive to him and there's multiple carryover opportunities and some really big numbers is surprising.
I was really shocked too with the way he's been racing. Was a solid runner up to right about now, and then was an easy winner here the first week of the series. So obviously post 8, not an ideal spot, but it could carry over to a carryover if Asher's Basher wins, and that does surprise me, definitely.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. You know what, Nathan? The thing is, too, right? We saw an upset in the first of the 2 Mark Austin Memorial Finals tonight in race 1, and it's still a horse race, right? Even though right about now he's gone out there and won 3 in a row. Well, Premier also won 3 in a row as well, and I think he's been doing it, relatively easy. I don't know if he's the easiest horse to handle at times, and he is rightfully the 3-5 favorite. But again, it's still a horse race. And now the chips are down in the final here with $15,000 on the line.
And Donnie's doing an excellent job right now, just keeping right about now nice and calm. And that's about the best thing you can do for a 3-year-old like him. And Donnie's worked with a lot of young horses in his career, so I think he's the perfect fit for right about now. And he's done a good job getting him to the winner's circle the last 2 weeks. I know the first leg of the series, it looked like for a bit he wasn't going to get there, but Donnie made sure that he got a good trip and got him to the winner's circle. So we'll see how it works out today, but you know what? There's been a lot of upsets so far today.
Yeah, and listen, it's not like, if right about now goes out there and wins. I mean, obviously I've got him on top. I didn't single him in my pick 5. I did use the 8 Asher's Basher as well, but you're right. I mean, I think he's really brought this horse along well, with 3 victories, but each time, I mean, he's kind of protected the horse, throughout those miles. I mean, the one at Western Fair was just, he completely blew them away on the engine. The other ones, though, he kind of, I think, was getting an education out there as well. So right about now, like I said, will be tough to beat, but there's other possibilities in here.
How about the price on number 4, Rise and Grind? He was flying coming for home. Obviously not as big of a mile, but he didn't have to go that big of a mile to get the win last week. And Andy Moore already in for 2, Paparazzi Hanover, and he won the first one with Indigo.
Rise and Grind, I mean, you heard him after the race, right? I mean, he sounded, pretty confident coming into this one. Andy Moore, after winning the first of these 2 races today, kind of said that he thought Rise and Grind would be right there at the wire with these, and this is another one that was kind of always right there in the mix this season, 2nd and 3rd, and then gets that victory last time. Did get bothered a bit too when there was a breaker at the head of the stretch, and still prevailed. I mean, I would say he's been working his way to a big effort. I think we see his absolute best today, and the price is right at 8-1.
And we've seen what Jamie Doig has done with some young horses. Yoda Queen, he upset the City of London last year at a massive number, so why not in the Mark Austin? And you know what? Yeah. He's had a good season here last year, and he's brought some decent horses back this season as well.
Yeah, I think Jamie Doig he kind of has them ready for the right spots, right? We saw that with Yoda Queen so many times last year, and I always talk about the management of a racehorse is probably the most underrated thing in this entire sport, and I think he does a great job at managing his. And
the other one we didn't touch on yet, Asher's Basher. We touched them a little bit, but it's going to come down to a trip here. I mean, races for a high percentage barn. Nick Stewart has had an excellent season here so far. In the trailing position will kind of be a bit of a tricky spot, but it looks like the 1 and 2 both do have some early speed, so I think if it can set up well for Asher's Basher, he can get a large piece of it.
Yeah, it was kind of, again, before the post draw, obviously you flip the post between Asher's Basher and right about now, we're having a totally different conversation, but Asher's Basher, 2-back, dominant win, first start for this barn, then last time out just couldn't hold off right about now, but, still getting kind of acclimated to things, right? 9 lifetime starts, just the 1 victory. I think we probably see him take a step forward today. The problem is that trailing post. I mean, it all comes down to the trip. You got to follow out probably the 1 or the 2. Hopefully you choose right. I mean, I think Nick will do that behind the gate. Most likely follow out right about now. Why not go behind that one? Price is probably a bit of an underlay just because of that second-tier starting spot.
And 3-5 action continues on the 2 right about now. Aside from that, who's the best value play right now?
You know what? What about the 6 in here, right? All-Star Playboy. I'm a big big advocate of taking back value. Odds on in each of the first 2 preliminary legs, and now you're getting 9-1 on the odds
thing
board.
that was interesting about that one, Garrett Rooney had the choice between the 6 All-Star Playboy and the 7, the Jack of Diamonds, and he did opt to the 7 here.
Yeah, he did. But, I mean, I think there might be some connections at play there. I just think that All-Star Playboy's been racing, maybe not as good as he should have been in his last 2, but he can step forward today, especially that $20 price.
He had a tough time navigating the track, and Rob Doyle's stable is right here, so he knows his track better than anyone. All right, starter calling in the horses, $15,000 on the line. The Mark Oss Memorial Final for the boys. Last call to wager. Our sponsors here, Stellar Mount and the Kellers Flowers and Gifts. In behind for the Mark Austin Final, T Toddler Dot. Right about now, Officer Cheese, Rise and Grind, Psychopath, All-Star Playboy, the Jack of Diamonds, and in the back tier spot, Ashers, Basher. Here they come, the final of the Mark Austin, our signature event here at Dresden Raceway. And they're off and pacing. Psychopath blasting off the wings to the inside. Right about now, T Toddler Dot as they work to the first turn. Right about now, brushing up now on the outside. Rankin will take early control alongside. Second is Psychopath for a T Toddler Dot playing a little hardball on the inside and does not release. Psychopath now into third, racing from fourth. Asher's Basher, and a trailing fifth is Officer Cheese. Then we go back to Rise and Grind. Your back markers are All-Star Playboy, and completing the field of 8, the Jack of Diamonds as they move past the opening quarter station in 29-3. Right about now, right on the engine where he wants to be. T Toddler Dot sits in second, a tracking third is Psychopath. On that one's back is Asher's Basher, then Officer Cheese staying in Rise and Grind. The Jack of Diamonds gets a peek to the outside and trail in the field is All-Star Playboy. So right about now, this 3-year-old son of sports writer continues to call the shots here. Sitting second, T Toddler. Asher's Basher right lined out of third, gets underway. Psychopath stays in as they move past the halfway point in a minute. And 4, still the one to take down. Right about now, looking to sweep the series. Here, now rushing up on the wheel of the pace setters, Asher's Basher, and fading between horses was T Toddler Dot trying to find more. And on the outside, Officer Cheese kicked into high gear for Carroll. And the Jack of Diamonds into the mix, and Psychopath, All-Star Playboy, and Rise and Grind. It's still right about now, battling on for the place spot. Asher's Basher, Officer Cheese into the mix as they move past 3/4 and 131 flat. Right about now, here comes Officer Cheese, tip 3 wide. The Jack of Diamonds, there could be an upset in the making. They spin for home. Right about now, between horses, Asher's Basher, the Jack of Diamonds, steamrolling up on the outside. Right about now, has found another gear. Second, the Jack of Diamonds, Officer Cheese for third. Rounding out the super was All-Star Playboy winning it right about now, just as advertised. He sweeps the Mark Austin for the boys in 159-4. Unofficial 2736. Back down in front, the winner of the Mark Austin final for the horses and geldings, number 2, right about now, 3-year-old Brown Gelding by Sports Rider from there. Can't Stop out of Ram Barron, owned by Bill Ham, Tom Ham. Bill training Donnie Rankin Jr. on for the winning drive right about now. He sweeps the series for the boys here for Team Ham, and he stops the clock today in 1:59.4. Great to have the Austin family on hand with us. Julie and her daughters alongside her today, so great to see that family with us. And we're going to get a word here with driver Donnie Rankin Jr. We'll have Robert catch a few words with him coming up. Stand by.
Robert Reed Jr. here in the winner's circle. Happy to be alongside Donnie Rankin, winning driver right about now in the second of 2 of our Mark Austin Memorial Finals today, Donnie. And first of all, I mean, this horse has come along so nicely this season. You know, he's won 4 of 5 starts. He swept this series. How'd you come about getting the drive?
I just happened to be in London qualifying morning, and they asked me about driving, and I really liked the colt, and they liked the job I done, and so we kind of stuck together after that.
You kind of get along really well with him too, right? And the first 2 legs, so at London, I mean, he was a runaway winner on the engine, and the first 2 legs of this series seemed like he was kind of giving education out there. Was that the plan?
Yeah, he needed to be educated a little. He's a very green horse, but he's got talent, and you can work with that if you got the talent.
And then today, it certainly seemed like you wanted to take no prisoners on the engine. That had to be the game plan right from the get-go?
It's the shortest way around when you're in the final like that, yeah.
Always doesn't. I mean, the crowd kind of reacted right in the far turn. There we got some long-priced horses coming at you from way out of it, but it seemed like you had a lot left in the tank.
Yeah, I was quite confident the whole mile, really. He's a talented colt for this group, yeah.
I mean, you had trained a lot of horses yourself, so I mean, you got to sit behind this one all season. This series is for up-and-coming horses. He's certainly proved he's, better than the ones he faced today. Where do you think this horse kind of goes to from here? I mean, is he one that you think can rise up the ranks?
Hopefully he can. You don't know until you get into deep water, eh? But at this point, he's done everything they asked and done it easily. So,
right,
and that's no more than that.
Absolutely. I'm a horse player myself. You've got horses in the last 3 races today, okay? So maybe the fans at home, those playing at home, anything that they should know about any one of those 3 you've got in?
Well, Belichick drew inside, but the other 2 got the 7-0. That's a tough assignment here.
All right, we love the honesty, Donnie. Well, congrats again. Winning driver aboard right about now, Don Rankin Jr.
Yes, I'd like to add, it was an honor to win this race, Mark Austin Memorial. Great horseman and great friend.
Absolutely. You know what? I only met Mark a couple times when I was younger, but I'm truly honored to be here today, with his family here. Absolutely. My sentiments as well, Donnie. Honored to be here and very happy to see you win this race.
And I'm glad to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And here are our prices for the 5th race. Number 2 right about now, 240, 250, 270. The Jack of Diamonds, 990, 450. Officer Cheese, 620 to show. Exacta paying $46.50, $1 try, $154 on the button. 20-cent try come back at $30.80. The 20-cent Super paying $137.18. And today's $1 pick 5 out of 5 coming back at $420.50. Upcoming 6th race. As we enter the back half of today's card, no changes.
Can I get the owner of a Dodge Journey CEK N584 to come to the 50-50 table, please? I also need Joe Jacob. Bill Mardling and Dennis Bray, come to the 50-50. Chris Dawson, come to the 50-50 table.
Fifth race rundown, T-Taller.6. Right about now, the race winner. Officer Cheese, 3rd. Rising Grind, 7th. Psychopath, 8th. All-Star Playboy, 4th. The Jack of Diamonds, 2nd. Asher's Basher was 5th. Fillies and Mares, $8,000 claimers, winners stepping on the racetrack, led by the one Plele Carrera. It'll be Andy Moore on here for Darian Ham. The trainer is Bill Ham. Number 2, Sweetest Hustle, Don Rankin Jr. At the controls for Daryl Curry. The trainer is Doug Curry. There's the 3. Mostly Dally Nick Stewart aboard for owner trainer George Robinson. Blossom on the Beach is the 4, Scott Ray. Doing the driving here for owner trainer Cameron McQueen. Number 5, All Star Smiles, Alex Lilly aboard here for owner trainer Janice McEachern. Number 6, Alyssa Marie, Mark Williams on board once again here for Michael LaRiviere. Dwayne McFadden is your trainer. Number 7, Mini Million on the outside. Owner trainer Kim Bix, Garrett Rooney in the sulky. And rounding out the field, number 8, Rays and a Rocket. You get Rob Doyle training and driving here for owner Dan Mead. Full field of 8 here for the 6th race win play show. Exactor try wagering. We're going to catch up here with Robert Reed Jr. and right about now, looked like for a second that there could be an upset in the making, but he just found more to win it.
Yeah, I thought, it was interesting. I kind of thought the same for a moment, but you could see, Donnie had quite a bit of horse left in the tank. And when he asked him just a little bit, Nathan, he opened up and won like a good thing. I mean, we saw that one just kind of dominate his competition through various trips throughout the series. And I think he's right. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. He's a pretty smart looking colt.
And he keeps learning more every single week. And what an effort by number 7, the Jack of Diamonds, to get up for second there.
Yeah, you actually mentioned that one, Garrett having his choice, and I guess he knew what he was doing, because that was a nice brush there for a second. And if you don't like betting favorites, but you like putting long shots underneath them, maybe that was the way you got a nice payoff in that race.
He did really well with that one, and a good choice. As we turn the page here to race 6, there's a look at our top choice here, number 4, Blossom on the Beach. Looking to make it 2 in a row. Trainer Cameron McQueen was coming in just $600 short of $1 million with a third with senior advisor. It's got to be right around that mark right now, if not a little over or a little under. But Blossom on the Beach should be in for a good shot here.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit under still, so he could still do it in style with a victory, and we both think he's got a good chance here with Blossom on the Beach. That heart-building win last time out was knocking at the door before that, and goes right back to Scott Ray and the bike. So you get that opportunity for that encore performance as a driver, in a horse that you get to the winner's circle last time. And I mean, I think she's the one to beat. At the end of the day, she's got speed off the switch. I think she's got the most foot off the gate if that's what gets deployed early, but she doesn't have to win with that kind of a journey.
And she's just the kind of mare that loves to win. 8 victories so far in the 2024 campaign, and she was really on a good streak earlier in the winter at London. Then she kind of tailed off for a bit in the spring, and now it seems like she's kind of getting back into form and back on track to the mare that we've seen earlier this season. So I think she's going to be hard to knock off. And look at the action right now on the 1, Plele Carrera, at 6-5.
Yeah, I went with her on top last time. I thought she had a good chance to repeat, and kind of just a little bit further out of it, right, than she was the start before, and ended up getting beat by more than 7 lengths to Blossom on the Beach. So a little bit surprised to see that one, getting that favoritism right now over the one that beat her by such a wide margin last time. But, I mean, the victories before that were both good ones. And, the 1-2 back I thought was, remarkably well, 58-4, and did so kind of the hard way as well. So Rail Control might be a factor in the price, but I don't think there should be that much of a discrepancy right now. In fact, I think the favoritism should flip come post time.
And she raced so good in those 2 victories that she had here at the start of the meet. I kind of expected more of her last week, but she just didn't bring her Aiken that she did the week before. But Andy Moore, like we said, is having a good day so far. Who knows what she can accomplish on the rail here, but I honestly don't mind the price on the 4, Blossom on the Beach right now. I think Scott Ray is going to have this one pointed to the front.
Yeah, I think so, and I agree with you. I mean, 2-1. I don't think we get that come post time. Maybe 652. So you're getting kind of towards the high side now. 690, almost 5-2 on the 4, Blossom on the Beach. So I'd be more than happy to back her on a win ticket right now.
And then you're getting about 5-1 value right now on the 3, Mostly Dally, and she needed that win last week. Kind of a confidence booster that she was looking for. And this was a mare that won 10 times last year and banked over $33,000. And she beat much tougher competition and much higher claiming rank. So Mostly Dally, you got to think she's going to be in for a good shot here.
I think so, yeah. That heart-building win, right? We always talk about it, and Mostly Dolly, kind of a flipped scenario from Blossom on the Beach. She's 2 for 10 this year, 10 for 31 last year, whereas Blossom on the Beach is 8 for 22 this year, 1 for 34 last year. So kind of difficult for Mostly Dolly to get to the winner's circle this year, but still been picking up a lot of pieces, a lot of on-the-board finishes, and maybe that win last time might be all she needs to kind of go on a run herself. So I agree with you. The price right now, 5-1, not the worst number in the world on Mostly Dally if that's the one you want to take a poke on.
Yeah, and Play Carrera still taking a lot of action here. 4-5, so that continues to drop. And that price on Blossom on the Beach, I thought it might drop a little bit now. It's 2-1 on the board. And then you got massive value on the 8, Raise and a Rocket. I just think it's a bit tougher spot for her this week. But this is a mare that had 6 wins last year and was a solid runner-up last week.
I pick Raising the Rocket quite frequently on top. She's a horse that I think I kind of have rose-colored glasses for. She's just 1 for 28 or 1 for 20 this season, but she's got 12 on the board finishes. And the trailing post is not the worst spot for a horse like her. She's a versatile type. She can race from off the pace. And to be honest, 22 to 1 right now on her is a massive overlay, especially in the exotics. I would not leave her off the bottom end of the try.
Yeah, if you're looking for something to get up there to big price. Any last-minute thoughts here?
For me, it's still Blossom on the Beach. I mean, Play Like Carrera doesn't have a tremendous amount of foot off the gate, so that pole position is not like it's a huge advantage for her. I'd still side with Blossom on the Beach at 2 to 1. I think that's an overlay.
Yeah, we're both on the same page here as the starter calls in the 6th race, fillies and mares. Last call of the wager here for the Domino's Pizza Wallaceburg Pace. In behind the gate, the 6th race, Play Like Carrera, Sweetest Hustle, Mostly Dally, Blossom on the Beach, All-Star Smiles, Alyssa Marie, Mini Million, Raising a Rocket in the back tier spot. Back half of the Sunday afternoon card in the hands of the starter. Here they come. And they're off and pacing. Blossom on the Beach, leaving alertly to the inside. Play Like Carrera, splitting horses. Sweetest Hustle now as they work through the first turn. Blossom on the Beach will sweep up now and grab control for Ray. Pocketing up in second. Play Like Carrera. For third, coming on through there was Raise in a Rocket. Away and forth is Sweetest Hustle. Then comes Mostly Dally, and issued the parking ticket early is Alyssa Marie. Back markers are All-Star Smiles and Mini Million. Can see them all as they work up to the opening quarter. And Blossom on the Beach has got them there in just 30 seconds flat now. Up top, Blossom on the Beach and a rush and a brush. Here comes Alyssa Marie. She's gotten the worst of it now. And racing from the third to the inside, Play Like Carrera. A second of a toe up into fourth. Mostly Dally staying and Raising a Rocket. Sweetest Hustle now gets a peek to the outside. Following the cover, Mini Million. Saving ground, 8 to the rail. To the inside is All-Star Smile. So we got 4 in, we got 4 out. No one sits in Dresden. And Blossom on the Beach now takes him to the halfway point in a minute and 4. Blossom on the Beach still the one to take down. Alyssa Marie continues to edge away at the pace setter from third. Play Like Carrera perfectly set up in fourth. Mostly Dally now on for the 5th spot. A Sweetest Hustle, then Raising a Rocket off the back end. Mini Million and All-Star Smiles trying to kick it into high gear. Blossom on the Beach, and here comes Mostly Dally turning up the heat right here, right now, and takes aim at the leader as they move past 3/4 and 1:30 and 2. Blossom on the Beach turning away. Mostly Dally. Play Like Carrera on for the show spot. Mini Million tries to grab fourth as they come for home. It's all Blossom on the Beach by a length and a half. Battling on for the place spot. Mostly Dally and Play Like Carrera. Blossom on the Beach will win this one under wraps. Looked like Play Like Carrera got up for second over Mostly Dally. All-Star Smiles looked to grab fourth. Time of the mile, 1:59 flat. Ray for McQueen. Once again, solid pools all afternoon long. So thanks to all our fans and horse players tuned in for today's action. Pools continue to be strong all afternoon long. Returning back down in front, the unofficial winner of race 6, number 4, Blossom on the Beach, is an 8-year-old brown mare by Sunshine Beats out of the mare Katie Shed out of Jeremy's Jet. Owned and trained by Cameron McQueen. Scott Ray on for the winning drive. Blossom on the Beach for her 9th victory on the season. She stops the clock to 159 flat. That puts trainer Cameron McQueen over $1 million in career earnings with Blossom on the Beach. We're going to send a trackside here to Robert Reed Jr. He's going to get a few words with trainer Cameron McQueen, who just surpassed $1 million in career earnings. Take it away, Robert.
Robert Reed Jr. trackside with Cam McQueen, winning trainer in race number 6 of Blossom on the Beach. And, you know, Cam, you were $600 away from $1 million in career earnings coming into today. We thought we'd see it earlier with Senior Advisor. Didn't work out there, but it's nice to see you get it done in style here with Blossom on the Beach.
That's right. I didn't think they'd go 56 in the boys 8, so that was a tough race. But no, Blossom on the Beach was awesome. Scotty drove her last week. He just give her the gas in the third quarter and play catch me if you can. He did it again this week. Did a great job.
Let's talk about that for a second. You go right back to Scott Ray. Is that, you get the job done, you get the drive back?
Oh, for sure. Obviously, like I use Garrett a ton, but I text Garrett. I was like, I know you're coming back. He was on days last week. I said, Scotty's got to drive this one. He won with this one, so it's just the way it goes.
All right, you just asked me what I think about Dresden Race. I love it here. It's a beautiful atmosphere, beautiful spot. Let's hear what your thoughts are about winning races here.
Oh, I love it. We do well here, and it's actually nice to see some faces in the crowd and people enjoying themselves. So it's a great atmosphere.
And talk about that $1 million milestone, right? You've obviously had it on the radar. High percentage trainer. What's it like to get to that goal?
Oh, it's awesome. It's good. I never in a million years I'd ever think that I'd get $1 million in earnings, and thank the horses and everyone that helps me do it. And yeah, it's awesome.
Any wins stand out over the span of your career?
Anything from E.R. Ronda. Love that mare. 70 career wins with her is my 70th career win, but it's my favorite mare of all time. So.
All right, you're a horse player. We've got lots of horse players watching at home and here in the stands. You have 2 left on the card today. Which one do you like the most?
Well, Buddy Light from the rail, he'll be bet down, and I kind of know what he is, and he'll be a lot better this week. We worked on some things with him and got some of his issues figured out. And the one in the last race, Debt Motivated, your guess is as good as mine is how she'll be. It's first start, but she's got a ton of back class, so hopefully she can get the job done.
There you have it, Cam McQueen, over $1 million in career earnings as a trainer. Congratulations, Cam.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, as we get a look at the prices here for the 6th race. Number 4, Blossom on the Beach, $450. 260, 230. Play Like Career at $290, $250. Mostly Dally, $250 to show. Till Exacta, paying $11.50. $1 try comes back at $10.10. The 20-cent try, $2.02, and a $1 pick 3. 3 out of 3 come back at $12.05. Upcoming 7th race, start of a pick 4 guaranteed at $1,000, scratching 3, Take Your Breath Away, and the 7, Fine Credit.
Brett Mills, Sally Gale, and Darren Johnson come to the 50-50 table. We're going to be calling the 50-50 ticket after race 7. After race 7, the 50-50 ticket.
All right, upcoming 7th race in 3 minutes. We're going to send it trackside to Robert Reed Jr., who's going to go over his pick 4 ticket coming up. And note that is guaranteed at $1,000 now, so guaranteed pool of $1,000 for the upcoming pick 4. Take it away, Robert.
Thank you, Nathan. You know what? That's what gets me real excited, right? These multi-leg wagers with those guarantees, and that new guarantee of $1,000 on this late pick 4 makes it all that more intriguing, right? So, and you know what? I'm spending a little bit more on my ticket in this sequence, more than I typically do for a 20-cent ticket. But in the opening leg here, I'm going with the 1, 4, and 8 now. So we did have 1, 3, and 4 would take your breath away, but that one gets scratched. So now it is going to be the 1, 4, and 8. Give the edge to the 1 Jays and Tigers, though, on top right now as the favorite, but going 3 deep here with the 1, 4, and 8. I'm going to single up in race number 8, the 1 Buddy Light. We just heard Cam McQueen say that he loves that one's chances today. Will likely be a short price, but we got to take a stand somewhere, so I'm happy to do it on Buddy Light in race number 8. And then in the 9th race, well, we're going to go 3 deep again. I think it's a competitive-looking dash. We're going to see a lot of support go for the 4, Punches and Bunches, but I'm going to use the 1 Lyman to Coconut and the 8 Pebble Beach Pro as well. And then guess what? We heard Cam McQueen say in the finale that our guess was as good as his on his entrant, who's likely going to take a lot of money. Well, I went with the all button. I already thought that looked like a very tricky dash, so I don't want to be in with a favorite there. I went with the all button, hoping for a price. So that ticket's $14 and change it'll cost you, but I think it's one that can get down a pretty big number in this newly minted $1,000 guarantee late pick 4.
You look at our selections here, obviously with the scratch at 3. Kind of opens things up. My top choice now being the 8, Ryan Klein. Robert Reed going 1, 4, 8 here now. And Trey Colbeck going 3, 4, 7. And then Sherry with the 4 and 1 now. And then Larry 1, 8, 5. So with the scratch of 3, just look for our second place selections to replace those top choices. Stepping out for race 7, conditioned pacers. Led by the 1 Jays and Tigers. It'll be Andy Moore up for owner-trainer Diana McIntosh. Number 2, Irvine James. Mark Williams in the sulky for owner-trainer Bill Kirkpatrick. The 3 is scratch. Number 4, William Ross. Owned by Robert Watson, Mike Rogers training, Johnny Hahn at the lines. The 5, Shanghai Kai. It'll be Alfie Carroll for Kim McNiven, along with Bradley Douglas, Scott McNiven training. The 6 is Dark Moves. It'll be Rob Doyle this week for owner-trainer Troy Cochran. Scratch the 7, number 8, Ryan Klein. Nick Stewart back on board here for owner Jim Napper. The trainer is Kathy Goodrow. Scratch down to a field of 6. Win, play, show. Exact or try. Pick 4 wagering gets underway here, guaranteed at $1,000. And Yeah, Robert, it definitely changes things up. I know we were both loving the chances of take your breath away here, so definitely opens things up in a big way. Getting a look now at number 8, Rye Incline, and you got to think this one's going to be in for a better shot here with the scratch at the 3. Looks like we're just having a bit of mic issues here with Robert, so
let's go back now, Nathan. Sorry, there we
perfect.
go. Yeah, no, Ryan Klein. Yeah, listen, this is one that certainly, fits in well with this group. I always steer clear of the trailing post, right? Typically, like on top, it's a tough spot for me to go to, but I think Ryan Klein's in with a big chance. That's why I added this one onto my pick 4 ticket, right? And by the way, like this is such a great opportunity now for bettors to get in on a multi-leg wager with a nice guarantee, to finish off the card. Last 4 races on the card, you want to get in this pick 4 because you can go home with some nice money. And we saw a pretty healthy return in the early pick 5 for what came in, and I think we'll see the same in this sequence.
And your top choice, your number 1, Jays and Tigers, and made the jump up to the 9,500 claiming level a couple starts ago, and it seemed to handle it pretty well with 2 third-place finishes and gets the rail today. And you got to think Andy's going to have this one motoring right on the front.
Yeah, I think so. And you got claimed back by these connections too, so they obviously are pretty fond of the horse. And Jays and Tigers, that rail control is so important for him because he does have that early foot off the gate. You really look to the right of him in this race. There's not a tremendous amount of early speed other than when you get out to Dark Moves, who's likely going to try to go forward off the switch. But I think Jays and Tigers has a little more horsepower than that one, especially on the end of the mile. So I couldn't go against Jason Tigers with a scratch to the 3, take your breath away. I thought she had the big class edge over everyone in this race, but now Jason Tigers has that rail advantage and the good tactical speed that I think can get the job done here. That's why he's 7-5 though.
And he's a horse that can leave off the wings too, and it's just such a good advantage to have over these smaller tracks because it's not as easy to make up ground here as compared to a lot of the bigger tracks. So Jays and Tigers, he's a horse that's kind of tough when he gets to the front. And like you said, that's why he's taking a lot of the mutual support right now.
Yeah, and again, like it's deservingly so. And if you back horses on a half-mile track that are going to likely have the lead at the quarter pole, you'll probably end up having a positive ROI in the long run, right? You want to have horses that go to the front. We've seen speed hold up here reasonably well today. Some horses have made moves from the back, but typically the leader, especially on the pace, has been able to go all the way or most of the way on the engine anyways.
Yeah, front end speed has held up really well, and that's definitely something to look at here for Jays and Tigers. And Ryan Klein last week, and Nick said the only reason he didn't pick him last week was just because of the post, was a winner of this Class 2 back with Nick on board, got away 4, so kind of an off-the-pace victory here. And as you can see, he's taking the action now, so getting some more support in the win pool. And it is a tough spot to start from, but he is a versatile horse, and I think that's why he's taking some action right now.
Well, yeah, classy veteran, right? I mean, you look at for wins. I mean, take your breath away is out. She had 23. We say she's the class of the race. Well, Ryan Klein says, hang on a second here. I got 56 career victories and 242,000 made. So, like you said, he's versatile. He's classy, and he doesn't need to be forwardly placed to win. I just think that you kind of open the door to get into some trouble, but if he can be nose to helmet to Jays and Tigers, then he might be able to get the best trip of the race. But I have a hard time betting a horse from that second tier at even money.
Especially at the price is definitely not too attractive right now. And beyond that, you do like the 4 here, William Ross.
Yeah, I don't mind William Ross, and I've been kind of chasing him a little bit in behind, bottom end of the exotics and recent efforts, and he's kind of picked up just lesser shares. He's got 1 on the board finish, 2 on the board finishes, the last 5 actually, and he's 0 for 18 in the win column, 7 top 3 out of 18 this season. I just think that he's a horse that he's got the goods and the class to kind of go with this group. I mean, with take your breath away being scratched out of it, and it gets infinitely easier. And if you look at who he's been facing, he should fit in nicely against this group. Now, as we say that, he gets hammered down to $5 favoritism at 3-2. Not a big fan of that, but I am a fan of this horse overall, and I think at some point he's going to rebound his way to the winner's circle.
Yeah, I mean, he's still winless on the year, but had 3 wins last year and took his season's best over Leamington. 156-3 last season. So we know the speed's there. It's just if he can find that form again, and like you said about the board, it's kind of been all over the place this race.
Yeah, he's a horse that picks up a lot of shares, but just hasn't been getting the job done lately.
Here we go as the starting car moves into position. We'll catch back up before the 8th. Favorite status continues on the 4, William Ross, here for the Subway Dresden Pace. Start of a pick 4, that pool just shy of $1,300. In behind for the 7th, the start of a pick 4. Jays and Tigers, Irvine James, William Ross, Shanghai Kai, Dark Moves, and Ryan Klein in the back tier spot. Scratch down to a field of 6 here. Here they come. And they're off and pacing from the outside. Dark Moves along the inside. Jays and Tigers splitting horses. William Ross, Jays and Tigers takes the early lead. Now looking to drop off stride. Goes number 8, Ryan Klein, on a very rare break there. So Jays and Tigers shows the way. William Ross is second. Getting away third was Dark Moves. And a gapped off 4th, Irvine James. Regrouping into 5th is Ryan Klein. And then Shanghai Kai is the earliest of trailers. So Jays and Tigers brings them up past the opening quarter in 29-3. Racing from second, William Ross. Third, Dark Moves. Irvine James 4th. Here comes a rush from Ryan Klein on the outside for Stewart, and Shanghai Kai can see them all as they work in front of us for the first time. Calling the shots thus far, Jays and Tigers and Andy Moore. William Ross, great journey in second. First up, here comes Ryan Klein. Saving ground 4th, Dark Moves underway. Shanghai Kai and Irvine James trails the field now as they move to the halfway point. And Jays and Tigers get some there in 101-2. And Jays and Tigers still though. Ryan Klein's got a big mile on the outside. Racing from third, William Ross. Shanghai Kai getting towed right up into it into 4th. And your back markers are Dark Moves. And Irvine James continues to trail. Jays and Tigers fending off Ryan Klein. William Ross stays within striking distance. Shanghai Kai 4th up on the outside. Then Dark Moves as they move past the 3/4 pole in 1:31-2. Jays and Tigers. Ryan Klein not going away on the outside. Continues to battle back for third up on the outside is Shanghai Kai. They spin for home. To the inside, Jays and Tigers, Ryan Klein, Shanghai Kai keeps on coming. Jays and Tigers looking for more as they come to the wire. Jays and Tigers and Shanghai Kai, they're together. A photo will decide. Holding on was the 1 Jays and Tigers, and judges inquiry. They are going to review the break by the 8 Ryan Klein into the first turn, so please hold all tickets. Unofficial 1584. Once again, judges inquiry. They are going to review the break by number 8, Ryan Klein. Going into the first turn, please hold all tickets. Returning trackside, the unofficial winner of race 7, number 1, Jays and Tigers, a 6-year-old. Brown guiding by Tigerama out of Mox Affair from Mach 3. Owned and trained by Dana McIntosh of Melbourne, Ontario. Andy Moore on for the winning drive. Driving triple for Andy this afternoon. Jays and Tigers for his 4th on the season. And he stops the clock today in 2 minutes and 3. Congratulations. And once again, ongoing judges inquiry reviewing the break of 8. Ryan Klein, the unofficial 3rd place finisher. After review, no violations by the 8, Ryan Klein. No violations of the braking violation by number 8, Ryan Klein. So results will stand as is. Prices are official. Jays and Tigers, $370, $310, $240. Shanghai Kai, $790, $420. Ryan Klein, $350 to show. 2 exacta, paying $17. $1 try, $31.20. 20-cent try coming back at $624. Upcoming 8th race on the pace once again. Full field of 8, no changes.
Dave Todd and Brian Goodall come to the 50-50 table. Going to announce the number for the 50-50 ticket. 794-937. 794-937. The girls upstairs are going to be throwing out T-shirts onto the tarmac. So get ready to get some T-shirts there from the girls upstairs. But you got to scream. You got to scream loud. You got to scream really, really, really loud.
Seventh race rundown, Jays and Tigers. The race winner, Orion James, 6. The 3 was out. William Ross, 4. Shanghai Kai, 2nd. Dark Moves was 5th. 7 was scratched. And Ryan Klein, 3rd. Eighth race, Pacers now on the racetrack. Set for a post parade, the 1, Buddy Light. Garrett Rooney will drive for John McQueen, along with Cameron McQueen. Cameron training. Number 2, Yankee Up. Nick Stewart back on board here for owner Dennis Spitzig. The trainer's Dwayne Spitzig. Number 3, Ace 44, Jack. It'll be Alex Lilly for your truly Nathan Bain, along with Gary Bickford, Dave Bain training. Number 4, Internal Ruler, Rob Doyle, is on for Diane Sylvester. Dwayne May trains. The 5 is Mac the Knife, Scott Ray, to the driving for owner-trainer Chris Kane. Number 6, Miramichi David, Andy Moore at the controls for owner-trainer Daryl Leeming. Number 7, United Blue Chip, owned, trained, driven by Donnie Ranger Jr., partners with Ralph McKinley. Rounding out the field, number 8, Full Race Cam, Johnny Hahn, to the driving for Pam Loomis. And Bill Kirkpatrick, Mike Rogers training. Full field of 8 here for the 8th race, and Robert Buddy Light continues to take a lot of the heavy action right now.
Yeah, Buddy Light's taking all the support right now. You hear Cam McQueen in the interview we did with him earlier. He sounded pretty confident in this one's chances, and he said he acknowledged he's going to be a short price from the rail, and deservingly so, because last time out, I mean, kind of met his match, right, with Living Large. Got away in the 2-0 behind that one. Was kind of in a loose pocket for much of the mile, but was the best of the rest, and clearly the best of the rest, and I thought turned in a couple of nice efforts, for his barn. And I'm thinking now, rail control, Garrett Rooney, no Living Large in here. That week between starts actually, I think, works to his advantage. A little more time to get this horse to where he needs to be, and no surprise, he's taking all the support.
And sometimes it just takes a couple starts to kind of figure out a horse, learn their quirks and everything, and get them straightened out properly. And Buddy Light with Garrett Rooney on the rail, and Garrett probably would like to have gotten there with a couple more horses earlier today, but I think this is the chance for him to bounce back now with Buddy Light, who's raced okay for the first 2 starts on the McQueen barn and gets rail control today, so you can see why the public is very fond of this one right now.
Yeah, 0 for 11 in the season, right? But 6 on the board finishes. And, the thing I always kind of look at too, like I like it early on, in the tenure for a horse with a barn when they do miss that week, because it might mean there's some tinkering going on that kind of gets them where they need to be. And I think that's what we're going to see from Buddy Light today. I think we'll see him at his absolute best today. Yeah,
he's definitely taking a lot of the action right now, and will be tough to go against. Then for second, you used Ace 44 Jack. One I'm quite fond of, and I think he can show the speed. The biggest question is, does he mind his manners? Because you look when he did stay flat the last start of London, and he's come home in the back half of 57 flat. So we know when he does keep it together that he has some kick in him.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of this horse. You know that, Nathan. Ace 44 Jack has some serious gears. Like you said, though, but sometimes he just doesn't put it together between the ears. He makes those miscues and kind of beats himself at times. And I think that it all comes down to that today. You're exactly right. I mean, if he stays flat, minds his manners, he's in with a chance against this group, especially getting that better post to work from last time at Sarnia. Post 7 there is no joke, and he jumped it off, and his race was pretty much over. This is definitely a spot where he can come out on top under the right circumstances, but again, the flat line's got to be the top priority today.
Yeah, most definitely. An 8-1, definitely not a bad price with the class relief here. And as we can look at number 2, Yankee Up, I thought this one raced decent enough last time, was a strong third from the trailing position, so gets a bit of post relief today and retains the services of Nick Stewart. And if the trip goes accordingly, I think this one can be right up there.
I think so too, and like you said, trailing post last time, nose back on gate, third chance in this winners under condition claiming, for $8,000 horses. And the thing is that by all rights can take a step forward off his latest. I mean, General Lee had to step up in class, and so did Beck Jr. So now he's kind of left with the opportunity to walk through the door and maybe get the victory. But now Buddy Light's back in the go in this spot. So I think when you've got to use underneath, he kind of figures to be the trip horse. He really does. I mean, he should be able to plug in for a good trip, and maybe he can get past him in the lane. It just depends how strong Buddy Light's going to be on the end of it.
And he's one that's won 3 times this year, and he kind of thrives when he gets to a cheaper level. So maybe he can get there at a price, and you're getting good value right now. And there's a look now at the 3 Ace 44 Jack. Seems to be kind of keeping him nice and relaxed right now. We'll see how the trip plays out, but Buddy Light, you can't be surprised taking this kind of action right now.
Yeah, and he looks pretty good. He's right in front of me right now with Garrett, and he's calm, cool, and collected. Muscular looking son of Big Jim. 22 lifetime victories, right? Just under 100,000 made in his career. And again, one that I just couldn't go against. I singled in the pick 4, hoping to get some reasonable prices around him in this sequence. And I'm still more than happy that I've got him singled here. But he just continues to get hammered on the odds board right now, paying $2.50 for a $2 wager.
And these Big Jim horses, they can be tough horses at times. Like we see so much more. Like she's just such a gritty, tough horse. And I think if Buddy Light can kind of make the front here, it could really help his confidence in a way, and he might, just being out in front will give him a big advantage.
Yeah, and I think that's the key with him, right? Is that I think he will. If he does get the engine, he's going to swell up on the lead. Last time he didn't let anyone get past him 2 starts ago. He maintained his position as well. So, he faced horses that were pretty tough to get past in those ones, and I think he'll be the one that's tough to get past today if he gets the lead off the switch.
Before I let you go here, Robert, any prices you like on the board right now?
Or the mic just kind of went on me there. For a price play, maybe full race cam. I always talk about if you like the one, you got to like the one trailing behind it. So if you're looking for a bombs away horse on the board, I'd probably go to maybe the 8 full race cam and just hoping he can kind of find that previous form he's had, because at one point in time, he'd look pretty good even for the victory in here.
All right, thanks, Robert. Last call for the 8th race on the pace, the Gold Coast Fashion Pace. Full field of 8 behind the gate. Buddy Light, Yankee Up, Ace 44 Jack. Internal Ruler, Mac the Knife, Miramichi David. United Blue Chip, in the back tier spot, Full Race Cam, who is on the run right now. Starting car picks up speed. And they're off and pacing. Buddy Light showing speed to the inside. Yankee Up and Internal Ruler now as they work through the first turn. Buddy Light will show the way, but Yankee Up not content and look to drive up now for Nick Stewart. Yankee Up and parked in the early going is Miramichi David saving ground. Internal Ruler, then Mac the Knife, Ace 44 Jack settles into 6th. Your back markers are Full Race Cam and United Blue Chip can see them all. So as they tap it up now to that opening quarter station, Yankee Up has got them there in 29 and 3. Buddy Light sits in 2nd, 3rd to the inside. Miramichi David, then Internal Ruler, Ace 44 Jack gets underway. Mac the Knife looks at it from 6th. Then 7th up on the outside, United Blue Chip and Full Race Cam trails the field. So Yankee Up continues to show the path now. By a length and a half, Buddy Light sits in 2nd. Mac the Knife gets underway. Then on the outside, United Blue Chip, Ace 44 Jack having some difficulties now as they move past the half. And 101 and 4, Yankee Up still continues to call the shots. Mac the Knife is 2nd up on the outside. Buddy Light looks at it from 3rd, 4th up on the outside, United Blue Chip. Then Miramichi David. And coming into the mix now is Full Race Cam. Yankee Up will lead him by a length and a half. Mac the Knife continues to push the issue. Buddy Light looking for a seam. Now as they move past 3/4 in 132 flat. Buddy Light is crying out for racetrack, And Yankee Up continues to look comfortable up top. Mac the Knife staying long for a share. Buddy Light as they come for home. It's Yankee Up who's done all the heavy lifting here. Full race cam with some late pace up on the outside. But Yankee Up is going to win this one second. Buddy Light, Mac the Knife third. Full race cam was fourth. 2:02 and 1. Back down in front, Yankee Up. 9-year-old brown gelding by Vertical Horizon out of the Very Nice Yankee from Art Escape, owned by Dennis Spitzig, Dwayne Spitzig Training. Nick Stewart on for the winning drive. Yankee Up in his fourth victory this season in 2:02 and 1. Congratulations. Prices are official. Yankee Up 1730, 390, 260. Buddy Light 220, 210. Mac the Knife 270 to show. To the exact in 1960. $1 try 28.25. The 20-cent try coming back at 5.65. Upcoming 9th race, scratching 7. It's Ed's Idea.
Can I have Angie Folkman and David Knight come to the 50-50 table, please?
8th race rundown, Buddy Light was the race winner. Or Buddy Light was... Sorry, this is just messing me up.
Angie Folkman, come to the 50-50 table. George Grant, come to the 50-50 table. George Grant.
Ninth race Pacers on the track for the Essex Auto Wreckers Pace, led by the 1 Lyman to Coconut. It'll be Alex Sully on for owner-trainer Randy Parrish. Number 2, Kevin Dan Fraudsters, Scott Ray at the controls for owner-trainer Doug Curry. Belichick, the 3, is owned, trained, and driven by Donnie Rankin Jr., partners with Melissa Gambling. Number 4, Punches in Bunches, Garrett Rooney, aboard for owner-trainer Doug Schweitzer. Steady as we go, Lee 5 gets the services of Alfie Carroll for Britt Kennedy, along with Money Clip Racing and Sean Buston, Britt Training. Ladies Speaker, the 6 with Andy Moore up for owner-trainer Jamie Doy. 7 is out. 8, Pebble Beach Pro. It'll be Rob Doyle for Kim and Brad McNiven, along with Thomas Broadhurst and Shirley Griffin, Scott McNiven Training. Scratch down to a field of 7 here. Win Place Show. Exact to try, late double wagering. And, you know, Robert, we figured Punches and Bunches would take a lot of the action. And, you know what, Garrett Rooney, runner up there with Buddy Light, he's going to want to get to the winner's circle here, I would think.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not often we see right now we're through 8 races, and Garrett's been shut out of the win column. And I think, you know, my man Sammy Richard here, Sammy Upprichard just told me that he thinks it's going to be a Garrett Rooney late double, which, I mean, would kind of make sense because you don't think Garrett's going to get shut out on this card. And obviously, with a big chance here with the 4 Punches and Bunches. But I don't think this is a layup. You know, Nathan, I don't think this is like a gimme race for that one. Obviously, 1 to 2 on the board, going to take a lot of support, but there's some time between starts off a good qualifier. And this field, I think, is, you know, pretty talented top to bottom. So I do have that one on top, but I don't think this is going to just be a walkover for them.
You know, and it's a pretty stacked race, and it's not the type of race that I want to take too short of a price than anything by any means. Obviously, Garrett had a couple choices in here, and he did opt to the 4. We've seen that with the Jacket Diamonds, where he had a couple choices, and he opted that one and finished second. So I think what Garrett picks kind of gives us some good insight, and he sits behind these horses, so he has a pretty good idea. And Punches and Bunches last year was just unstoppable when racing at Western Fair. 12 wins out of 29 tries, and it was $80,000 banked. So
yeah,
definitely no stranger to the winner's circle by any means. It's just if he can find that same form again.
That's the question, right? And the thing is, like you mentioned last year at the Raceway in London, I mean, he's not only just out there dominating 12 for 29, he's got those 21 top 2 finishes, and he's a big-time fan favorite around those parts and really anywhere. You know, you like harness racing, you would have heard this horse's name last year. This year, though, just 1 for 7, right? 3 on the board finishes, and I'm just not so sure I'd be willing to take a short price on him and the win ticket here. I mean, if you singled him in the pick 4, that's one thing. But again, I don't usually take a short price, you know, playing a horse to win. And I think that it is an underlay right now, and I'm at 3 to 5.
Yeah, definitely the one to beat here. And I'm going to stick with him as my top choice, but there's other ways to go in here. I mean, you got Lyman to Coconut, was a dominating winner here at this level on opening day by 7 and 157 flat. He gets the rail to work with, so I'm thinking he's going to be racing up close in here.
Yeah, and gets back to that class, right? I mean, that's kind of the key. You get back to this venue, back to the class where he was a big-time winner. And I remember watching that race, you know, live from home, and 2-hole trip when he kind of was asked the question, he kind of just took off against a pretty solid group of horses in their own right. And now you get rail control, you know, Alex Lilly aboard for a follow-up steer. I think we're going to see this one much closer to the pace this time around. And to me, he's a logical one to go to if you don't want to take that short price on Punches and Bunches.
And like $5 or $10.90 on a $2 win ticket seems pretty good to me on Lyman to Coconut.
It does, yeah. It's to me, it's an overlay. I mean, again, I thought that we would see the support all go in one direction, and he might go. Punches and Bunches might go out there and dominate this group. If he's anywhere close to his best, he will. But there's other ones in here that are worth looking at, and Lyman the Coconut at that price is definitely worth a long look.
How about these 8 here? Pebble Beach Pro has just had a rock-solid campaign in 2024. 3 wins and over $36,000 put away in the bank. So Pebble Beach Pro and Rob Doyle, you know what? He knows his track well. So I'm thinking he's going to have a good chance here. with Pebble Beach Pro, and it's one that can kind of race off the pace as well.
Yeah, he can kind of do it from anywhere. That's what I like about him. Now, 0 for 39 last season, kind of was unlucky, right? Raced, too good to not get a victory last year. 19 on the board finishes this year. He's got those 3 victories and 23 tries. Still has 18 on the board finishes. I mean, this horse is always in the mix. And the trailing post for him, I don't think is, as big as a deal because he's so versatile. And I think that he'll make his presence felt at some point in this race. And I don't mind 6-1 on a horse like him either. You're not going to see me, punching win tickets at 1-2. I'd likely go either with Lyman de Coconut or Pebble Beach Pro. I think those are the main players other than the big favorite.
It's not too often. Like, I thought we might see like 4-1 maybe on Pebble Beach Pro. So 6-1 is kind of a gift at this point.
It is. I mean, it might not work out. We know that, right? But the thing is that last 2 races, even money, 30 cents to the dollar, and now you're getting a much bigger price. So I'm a big believer in taking back value. If you bet this horse at Clinton or London in either of his last 2, you should probably come back to him tonight and take that better number on the board. If it doesn't work out, at least you went down swinging.
Before I let you go here, Robert, Lady Speaker at a good number right now, coming off that victory, and has faced some tough company this year in a bunch of her tries and 6 visits to the winner's circle.
I thought she raced great last time. I think this is obviously a much deeper group. Not sure what the trip looks like, but she might be heard from in the late stages. Taking more support than I expected. I thought from out there she might be a bigger price. I mean, 12-1's okay, but I mean, this is a pretty big step up against the boys here.
All right, here we go. Punches and bunches, remaining the heavy favorite status here for the Essex Auto Wreckers Pace. Last call. And behind the gate, the 9th race, start of a late double. Lyman to Coconut, Kevin Dan Fraudsters, Belichick, punches and bunches, steady as we go. Lady Speaker, 7 is out in the back tier spot. Pebble Beach Pro. Here they come on Father's Day at Dresden Raceway. Starting car picks up speed. And they're off and pacing. Kevin Dan Fraudsters and Belichick, those the quickest of all. Lyman to Coconut to the inside. Here is Kevin Dan Fraudsters up to touchdown to the pylons now. Lyman to Coconut gets away a second. Belichick 3rd. Racing from 4th, Pebble Beach Pro. And punches and bunches now. Getting marched to the outside by Rooney. Your back markers are Lady Speaker and steady as we go. So Kevin Dan Fraudsters on point early. Lyman to Coconut sits in 2nd. Traveling from 3rd, Belichick, and settling into 4th. Punches and bunches as they move past that opening quarter in 30-1, courtesy of Kevin Dan Fraudsters. Traveling from 2nd, Lyman to Coconut. Racing from 3rd, Belichick, punches and bunches. Getting a little peek to the outside. And we'll take aim now for Rooney. Pebble Beach Pro is 5th, and Lady Speaker and steady as we go. So Kevin Dan Fraudsters has led it from the get-go here. Lyman to Coconut is 2nd. First up on the outside for punches and bunches, and picking up the cover is Pebble Beach Pro. Saving ground into 5th is Belichick. Then Lady Speaker and steady as we go. Your trailer moving out 101 and 2 to the halfway point. Still comfortable up top. Kevin Dan Fraudsters now on the wheel of the pace setter. Punches and bunches. Pushing the issue. Lyman to Coconut is 3rd. Pebble Beach Pro looking at it from 4th. To the inside 5th is Belichick. And then we got to Lady Speaker and steady as we go. Kevin Dan Fraudsters now under attack from punches and bunches, is digging in gamely on the outside as they move by 3/4 in 131 flat. Punches and bunches still pushing the issue. Kevin Dan Fraudsters still there though, and Pebble Beach Pro within striking distance. They come for home. Punches and bunches now puts a nose in front. Kevin Dan Fraudsters trying to come back. It's punches and bunches. Kevin Dan Fraudsters 2nd. Pebble Beach Pro 3rd. 4th goes to Belichick. Time of the mile was 1:59:1. Returning down in front, we knew Garrett would find the winner's circle here today, and he does with number 4, Punches in Bunches. 4 Brown Gelding by Daly of Mayor Tommy White Sox out of Rick Thunder. Owned and trained by Doug Schweitzer of West Lauren, Ontario. Garrett Rooney on for the winning drive. Punches in Bunches for a second victory in 2024. And he stops the clock here today in 1:59 and 1. Congratulations to the connections of Punches in Bunches. We're going to send it trackside. Robert Reed Jr. is going to catch up here with winning driver Garrett Rooney.
Robert Reed Jr. joined trackside by winning driver Garrett Rooney aboard Punches and Bunches. Garrett, you know what? Had a pretty good card, I thought, for horses throughout the day, but you get in with your first victory. You had a couple seconds throughout the afternoon, but this is your first victory in the card. Got to feel good.
Yeah, it does. Better late than never, I say.
And Punches and Bunches, you know, kind of not getting those victories he had last season, obviously rising up the ranks. Was this just kind of a situation of kind of facing tougher horses and kind of getting his feet under him?
Yeah, we just got to get him his confidence back up, I think.
And that trip there, I mean, I looked at it. Obviously, he was the one to beat against that group. But like I said before the race, didn't they look like a layup? Pretty easy on the end of it, but I mean, they didn't give it to you.
No, he had to work for it all the way. Yep.
And you just had a little bit of time off. Kind of put you behind a little bit of the 8 ball here. Nick Stewart's got the lead here for wins, but you're not too far behind him. Think you're going to be able to catch him?
Oh, I don't know. It'll be fun trying, anyways.
And let's talk about the success you've had. Obviously, you know, the Raceway. You had an incredible season so far. Obviously, their meet finishes up when they come back in October. 3 more months to go there. But you know, let's talk about you're on the the verge of a career season. Let's talk about what's attributed to that.
Oh, just like good horses, like Punches and Bunches, and I've been driving a lot, and I've been driving for a lot of trainers, keep putting me down, and mostly it's just the horsepower, really. That's the main thing.
It always helps, right? And just a quick note on Last Shot earlier tonight. I mean, I thought she looked fantastic pre-race. Kind of got in a tricky spot, but just missed on the end. Do you think she'll be better next time?
Yeah, she'll be better next time. She maybe struggles just a little on the turns here. They may be just a little tight for her, but as long as you kind of hang to her, she always finishes and comes down the stretch. So you just got to keep her close.
All right, one more to go today. Maybe a sweet late double?
Yeah, I'm going to try.
All right, Garrett Rooney, winning driver board, Punches and Bunches in race number 9.
Prices are official. Punches and Bunches, $280. $290, $210. Kevin Dan Frosters, $980, $640. Pebble Beach Pro, $4. $2 exacta, $30.30. $1 try, $82.80. And the 20-cent try returns $16.56. Upcoming 10th and final. No changes to go postward in roughly 6 minutes.
Can I have Sue Benning, Lori Jewell, and Sam Uppenchard come to the 50-50 table?
Ninth race rundown. Lyman to Coconut was 4th. Kevin Dan Frosder 2nd. Belichick was 5th. Punches and Bunches the race winner. Now stepping out on the track for the 10th and final, Fillies and Mares, claiming 8,000 for onwards at 1,500 their last 5. Led by the 1, Howmax Sabrina Elfie Carroll this week for owner-trainer Daryl Vleeming. Number 2, Smile in Style to be Alex Lillian for yours truly, Nathan Bain, trained by Dave Bain. Number 3 is Beauty Bling Andy Moore up for Doug Hastings, Brian Daly, along with Brian does the training. On Impulse, the 4. Scott Ray at the controls for owner-trainer Tom Bain. Come On Son, the 5. Rob Doyle back on board here for owner-trainer Gary Freer. The 6 is Debt Motivated, now going out for owner-trainer Cameron McQueen, Nick Stewart in the sulky. 7 Seated Light is owned, trained, and driven by Donnie Rankin Jr. Rounding out the field will be number 8, Panning for Treasure, owned by Mark Cadman, trained by Angie Carroll. Garrett Rooney trying to come right back in here. Full field of 8 for the finale win play show. Exactor try, superfecto wagering, and we're getting set. Chat with Robert Reed Jr. one more time, and Garrett Rooney finally gets the job done there with punches and bunches.
Yeah, I know we were talking about it. You know, it's such a rarity to see him get shut out through 8 races, and knocking at the door. You know, it's a couple spots throughout the afternoon, but he gets the job done aboard the heavy favorite, and punches and bunches is going to take a big step forward off that effort. I think he needed that, like Garrett said, that confidence boost, right? So looking forward to see what he does next time.
And as we turn the page here to 10th and final, this seems to be more of a difficult spot to me. I know you went to the 8. Panning for Treasure. Just tell me what you like about that one.
I just am hoping that we see that prior form kind of come back. Last 2 forwardly placed got beat by a wide margin. I mean, you look at her paper and you say, well, it's pretty hard to like a horse got beat more than 22 lengths in each of her last 2, but I know there's more there. I've seen it, you know, throughout this season and last season. The trailing post for her might actually work to her advantage, might be able to be covered up in the early going, and maybe that'll help her chances. I mean, 3 starts back, that effort's good enough, I think, to put her right here in the mix against this group. And, you know, Garrett, sweeping the late double wouldn't be a surprise. I thought the price would be better, though, Nathan. 2-1's not all that fancy to me.
And you know what? On paper, she should be better than these. I know she's kind of an inconsistent mare, and it'll be interesting to see how she works out from the trail position. She's typically an early speed threat, just taking too much action right now. I agree.
Yeah, for me, like it's the price is kind of unplayable because of the fact that you just said it. She's a speed horse that I'm hoping can trip out here, but that's still a big if come. Right? Whereas if her nose is on the gate, she controls her own destiny. She doesn't in this spot with the trailing post, but I do like her chances.
And how about the 6 Step Motivated? I know Kim McQueen said, you know what, not really sure here, but you got to think this is a lot softer spot, and a change of scenery can't hurt.
It is. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why she can take a step forward, but I mean, he did say, your guess is as good as mine. He said he expects her to be a little bit short, so no matter how she races today, we can probably, expect her to be better next time out. I wasn't, going to get too enthralled in backing her at a short price, and 2-1 I think is actually a bigger number than I thought she would be.
I thought she would take some more action, to be honest.
Yeah, I honestly thought she'd be odds on in here. So I mean, maybe on that angle you can take a poke at her that she's paying more than she probably should be, but I still think that this is top to bottom a wide open affair of horses that have kind of been camera shy as of late.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'd want to take a short price on too much of anything here. And number 2, Smile and Style, taking some 10-1 action, winless in a couple seasons, but if she can bring some kind of A game here, she could get a piece of this, and does have some early speed.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking she's in with a big chance here. Alex Lilly aboard, inside draw, early speed. I mean, those are things that I can get behind here, at Dresden. And, just sidebar, my son's bet he's picked 2 winners in a row, and that's what we went to in here, Smile and Style. So Robbie's running hot right now, maybe a little hotter than Dad is, in his selections, and he likes Smile and Style here.
Yeah, and well, hopefully she can get there, but you know what? It's kind of a wide open event in here, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. That's why, for me in the pick 4, I went to the all button because exactly that. Like I don't like taking a short price on anyone when horses have kind of been falling on hard times, and this is one of those spots. And I think it's going to come down to who gets the right trip, maybe who gets to the lead, maybe can steal a fraction. And for me, it's always better to find a bigger number on the odds board than to take a short price in a spot where some horses just haven't wanted to win as of late.
Yeah, and Panning for Treasure, like we talked about, she has the speed to beat these. The trail position is kind of questionable here, but I don't know about 6-5.
Yeah, no, I can't get there 6-5. I mean, when I put her on top, I'm thinking she's going to be 5 or 6-1. I think that nose on gate, she's worthy of that price in here. But yeah, like I wouldn't take, and like you said earlier, I don't think it's smart to take a short price on anyone in here. And it's pretty rare, Nathan, that you look at that odds board and the inside 5 are 6-1 or higher. I mean, inside draws usually take support. They're not taking it here, so maybe that's an angle. Just try to find something with a better post draw and get behind them at a big price.
Who's the best price on the board right now?
Best price on the board right now. Maybe Halmax Sabrina with the rail, I guess. I mean, that one's going off at a higher number than I expected. I would say that's probably the best number on the board.
Well, thanks for joining us, Robert. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. Hopefully we can do this again sometime soon.
I hope so. You know, it's been an absolute pleasure here today for me and my family. Thank you so much for being so welcoming to you, Claudette, the whole team here at Dresden Raceway, and all the fans as well. So great to see a lot of people here at a harness racing event, and I had an absolute blast, so thank you so much.
All right, here we go. 10th being called to the gate for the Mario's Pizza Plus Pace. Last call to wager. And behind for the 10th and final, Halmax Sabrina. Smile and Style, Beauty Bling. On Impulse, Come On Son, Debt Motivated, See the Light. And Panning for Treasure in the back tier spot. The finale on Father's Day, we're back in action next Sunday afternoon, post time, 1 p.m. Starting car picks up speed. And they're off and pacing. Debt Motivated from the outside. Smile and Style to the inside is Halmax Sabrina. Halmax Sabrina and Smile and Style not content now. And looks to sweep up for Alex Lilly to take the early lead. So Smile and Style leads the charge into the backstretch. Halmax Sabrina finds a pocket journey in second. Racing from third is Come On Son ahead of Panning for Treasure. And Debt Motivated getting issued the parking ticket in the early going. Saving ground, Beauty Bling. Off the back end is See the Delight. And On Impulse trails, they move by the opening quarter in 29-2 for a fired up Smile and Style, who leads the way by 3 open lengths. Sitting second is Halmax Sabrina. Panning for Treasure looks to get underway for Garrett Rooney, staying in his Come On Son. Debt Motivated picks up the live cover, then See the Delight also gets underway. 7th to the rail is Beauty Bling, and On Impulse trails the field, so they match strides in front of us for the first time. Smile and Style and Panning for Treasure going head to head now as they move past the half in 59-4, 30-2 in the second quarter, and Smile and Style still leads them by a length. Panning for Treasure drops into the pocket. Debt Motivated has gone a long journey out here in Dresden today. Then Halmax Sabrina, See the Delight off the back end. Then 7th up on the outside, Beauty Bling. On Impulse trails and Smile and Style still there. Panning for Treasure continues to stalk along in second. Looks to pop the pocket now as they move to 3/4 and 130 flat. Smile and Style still there, and Panning for Treasure will take charge at the pace setter now as they get set to spin for home. Smile and Style and Panning for Treasure are continuing to duel it out here, and Panning for Treasure puts a length in front now, and Panning for Treasure has found another gear, and Panning for Treasure will win it. Smile and Style second. Third goes to Halmax Sabrina. Might have been See the Delight for fourth. 2 minutes and 4. Unofficial 8-2-1-7. Returning down in front, panning for treasure, a 5-year-old brown mare by State Treasure. Pet to 1 on no pan intended, owned by Mark Cadman of Park Hill, Ontario. Angie Carroll, the winning trainer. That's a training double for Angie this afternoon. Garrett Rooney on for the winning drive. Driving double for Garrett. Panning for treasure. Gets her second on the season, and she stops the clock today in 2 minutes and 4. Congratulations, Panning for treasure. Takes the finale. Prices are official. Panning for treasure, $4.20, $3.40, $3.70. Smile and Style, $6.10, $4. Halmax Sabrina, $3.30 to show. Till Exacta, $42.70. $1 try, $45.80. The 20-cent try comes back at $9.16. $1 super paying $61. 10 cents. The 20 center, $12.22. They did a $2 daily double paying $7.90, $1 pick 4, $72.20, 20-cent pick 4, $14.44. Today's mutual handle, $87,047. So great numbers continuing here at Dresden Raceway. Thanks for joining us on Father's Day at the races for the Mark Austin. It's great to have Robert Reed Jr. and his family with us this afternoon. Great commentary interviews all afternoon long. We'll see you next Sunday at 1 p.m. Have yourselves a good afternoon.